confused myself there. Yeah, any key will do it. So yesterday, we got our stats screen going, which you're seeing right now. So we're showing the number of bubbles popped, the total time that has passed for that game in seconds. So I had it running for a while, so we had 212 seconds. And then our bubble pops per second rate. And any mistakes you make, whether that be hitting the boundary like this, or trying to pop a bubble, missing popping a bubble or popping the wrong bubble. So yeah, we can see we made 4 mistakes now. So that's looking pretty good. We need to just fix a few things on where I left off yesterday. I wanted to have the text scale with the window size, because right now it's just a fixed font size. I just picked, you know, some font sizes out of the air and set these up. So we need to add that functionality in. And I'd like to fix, right now, like we're centering, basically it's dividing the screen into however many sections that we have, however many stat elements we have here. So we've got 4. So it's dividing the screen into 4 chunks, and then it is centering each of these elements just within those 4 chunks. So I think that's good for now. I mean, definitely for just a rough, I mean, what we have right now is perfect for just rough workingness, functionality. But right now, like if we go full screen, like the font and everything's the same, and the Y position is not, it was just a hard-coded pixel value. So I'd like to center the stats up on the Y-axis. And then, you know, it'd be nice if the font and stuff would scale up to like this window size. So I need to pick like a percentage that I want to have the font be at. So like I kind of like the size relative. I like the size of the font relative to this window size right now. So that way from this point we could say like this is 100%. And then if I shrink the window, then we're just, you know, scaling it down. The font's down. This font size is down, you know, whatever our window size percentage is. And likewise, scaling it up. I don't have any dynamic window scaling support yet. I've been thinking about it a little bit. And we might actually get to that today. Like you can see, I actually have a different color for our canvas. So right here is just dead browser window space. And here's our actual canvas element. So it all just doesn't dynamically resize at all. So that might be something we get to today. We'll see. But first, let's just get this scale, the Y position fixed to the center, because I think I'm doing like 300 pixels or something right now. So we go to, oh, that would be in each individual stat element here. So we've got the stat screen class, which represents like the kind of grouping of each of those individual elements, those individual text elements. And then the stat itself, I have a stat class itself that represents just one of those stat groupings here. So our stat screen just kind of manages the whole thing. And then each of these is a stat object, of which they both have 2 properties, a title and a value. That's what I called it for right now. And each of those are drawable text objects. So we can set, you know, fonts and stuff separately. And right now I'm just using like Arial fonts, so we might pick something a little more interesting. A little more interesting to do later, but Yeah, and I'm just, so for the title text, I'm just doing a hard-coded 30 pixel Arial and 50 pixel Arial for the number. And then, yeah, I just have them have the title set at a Y of 300 and the Y for the number set at 375. So actually that's an interesting thing as well. The difference in these Y values is going to change. Is going to need to be, well, we're going to need to figure out exactly how we want to do that. Because yeah, because the spacing between these numbers is also important. And I'm not particularly married to the way this is right now, the current spacing right now. I just kind of threw it out there randomly. But I mean, it's a good baseline for right now to figure out what we want. Yeah, so let's do, I guess the stat screen itself could pass in. Actually, since these are all organized along the Y, or since they're going to share the Y, the thing that differs is the X-axis, but these are all, the titles are all going to be on the same Y, and the values are all going to be on those same Y. I mean, I need to be a little forward thinking about this, because I might have it like overflow to a new line, because maybe we'll add 4 more stats or something, and I'll want them to overflow. So I should kind of keep things a little dynamic for right now. Obviously what we've got right now is very not dynamic, but that's what we're fixing right now. So another thing after this, I'd like to format the time, get the time formatting correct. It would be nice to have maybe like a minutes thing too, like maybe if you play, you know, a really long match, it'd be nice to have the minutes formatted or something. Actually, no, I'm not going to worry about that. Seconds is fine. Okay. So I got to think about how I want to pass. Well, since we're using, okay, each individual stat can just calculate its own Y position. Well, okay. One of the things I'm going to need to do right off the bat is I'm going to need to create a font class. Because right now it's just a string font, which I just feel like that's terrible. And yeah, so we've got, what happens is you've got a string class, or a class. We've got a string that represents 2 separate components. We've got pixel, the size, and then the font style, right? So what I'm going to need to do is, similarly to color, is also have a font class that gets split into two components. So it would be size and style. And the style will still be the string, just like it would be a string just like this. So it would just say Arial. And then the number would be the font size number, right? And then whenever you update it or change it, it'll render this string. Because like the way the color works here is that exact thing. So basically your color class has an RGB and A properties, and then it also has a HTML property, which is the rendered string that ends up getting used. So when you construct a color immediately, it creates that string right away with the RGBA. And then this .html is what's used to actually draw the color that's actually used with the canvas context to draw. So then the thing is, whenever you need to update a color, change a color, whatever, you call the set method on the color to pass in whichever properties you want. This I need to maybe change. I kind of want to change how I do this. So I've got a little to do in here, but basically then you change the color and then this .html gets updated with the new color. And I'm returning this .html for some reason. We don't really need to do that, but I thought maybe at one point I thought that was useful. Yeah, actually I'm going to get rid of this, and this shouldn't break anything. Because that's just kind of, I think I did that kind of thinking maybe that would be useful in the future. Yeah, okay, we're fine. If we get to a point where we do need to return that, we'll return it. So we need to create basically a class kind of just like this. So actually I might as well just might as well just copy this actually. Or you know what? Let's just duplicate the whole color file there. How about that? Not a big fan of VS Code with this, the way it feels when you do that context menu stuff. It doesn't, or not context menu, but when you like right click and move things or delete things in VS Code, it just ends up being kind of weird. All right, so we got font.js now. So we've got export default class font. We've got a constructor that will be size and style. And we'll have this dot size equals size, this dot style equals style, and then don't know what to call this property that'll be our string. Oop. Maybe we could just leave it as HTML. Yeah, might as well. Might as well just leave that. Not really gonna hurt anything. So we'll do a similar thing here. Size, style. Actually, I'm gonna create just a set size. Don't think I'm going to need a copy function here. That was kind of a color specific thing. So we'll just have a set size. We'll have the new size. And then we will just update our Stat size equals the new size, and then we just re-update our string there. Cool. Now we can get rid of that. All right, so this will give us the ability to kind of have a nice dynamically scaling font, or like animate the font size or something to do whatever we need to with that. I haven't done a lot with text in this game yet, so I really haven't had anything to that level yet, but this should get the job done. So, well, I will need to then update all. Yeah, I'm going to need to update our text object here, and then font is now going to be a new font. Let's call this, instead of HTML, let's call this dot font string. And then oops, let's keep that open for now. So in our text, so this is our drawable text object. So this dot font will be the font object, but instead of calling this dot font, it'll be this dot font dot, what did we say at font string? Just like we have here for our color fill style, this dot color dot HTML. So we have this dot font string. Maybe there's a better name for it, but measure text needs to be the same exact thing here. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. That's looking good. All right. So now this will actually break things badly because well, not break things badly, but I guess what's happening is it's just, okay, so it doesn't break anything, but it's just using whatever the default font is in the, so when we set ctx.font to this .font string, that's undefined, so it probably setting this property does something. Or when you set this property, ctx font, it's probably, and it's, you set it to undefined, which is what this is, then it probably just ignores that undefined and then uses, you know, whatever it was previously set, so we don't get any actual, like, stuff unable to draw on the canvas, whatever. Yeah, that's just part of the canvas API, I guess. The 2D context API, I should say. So, yeah, so then what we can do is update our, we can import font here. Font from font.js. And then set, so font will then equal a new font. So we're doing 30 pixels Arial, new font. Yeah. We've got size and style. So we did size 30, style Arial. Same thing here, but this will be 50. All right, let's see how that sets us here. Nice, we're back to where we were. just seems like a little bit bigger than it was before. But I think we're good. That's just my mind playing tricks on me here. All right, so bubbles popped. Looks good. I don't really like Arial, but it'll do for now. So now that we've got our we need to center this at the center of the screen. So it's a matter of taking our size of our first font, the position of this font, the Y position of this font, and then the Y position of this font plus the height of this font. That should be our height. Or wait a minute, do fonts positions go up? So it would be 0, 0 of the font would be here. Or text, I should say text. Rendering. I feel like this is 0, 0 of the text. Yeah, because if you were to align this font at 0, 0 on the screen, you wouldn't see it. Because I believe this is the 0, 0 of the thing. Let's just try that quick. Let's just try making just do this. This dot title text dot pose equals x0 y0. Okay. Oops. And refresh. Yeah, okay. So it's that point of that first thing, but the little lines of the P's are coming down. Okay, got it. I'm gonna hit the bathroom quick. I don't have the little be right back notepad yet. All right, we're back. Okay, so we just proved that, yeah, the fonts are... Oops, let's fix that. Get rid of this. Okay, so we just proved that the fonts are... So 0, 0 of the font is here. Y goes up. And then the bottoms of the P's stick out. So the height of our font is 30 pixels. So that should be, I guess, the width of this B. I just want to measure it real quick here. Let's fire up GIMP here. GNU image manipulation program. All right, so to measure this, I can just do a square, check the height. Size is 22 by 22. Okay, so maybe the 30 is with the bottom of the P there too. So let's do another one, not fixed aspect ratio. So from the top of the B, 28 pixels. Okay, so we're not going to be perfect in terms of positioning our font, I guess, because I don't, that once this scales up, who knows what that pixel difference is going to be. But for now, we'll just say we're just going to use that pixel size, the current pixel height. So we need to calculate the width or the height of this whole segment. But first we need to first thing I think we need to do is actually figure out our multipliers. Figure out our font size multipliers is what I think we want to have. So to do that, we want to have that, some sort of screen size. How do we want to do this? Because right now, if we make this really small, well, it squishes everything together. Oops. Oh. Yeah, we've got the dynamic width right now, and that's fine. I think that's all we need. let's have I guess it's the text should scale more off of the height of the window. Right? Yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. I don't know exactly what I want. Let's just do something. We just got to have something. So let's take the ratio right now of, so we've got 50 pix fonts, and let's just take that ratio right now off of the width of the screen, or the height of the screen. So we'll do actually, let me clean up these prints here. They're all happening in stat. Oh, yes. So let's take take the height of the canvas. $904, so we've got 50. $50 divided by 904. So that gives us about 0.05. We'll just do 0.055. So the font should always be 0.055 of the height of the screen. We'll do that to start, and then that'll get us, I know this isn't going to be what we want to keep, but it will at least give us, all right, so that's just for the value text. So let's add this to our config here. So we should have a this.stats screen this dot stat value stat title. Let's say stat value height ratio, font ratio. We're going to say it's 0.055. We'll just say 0.055. And then this will be stat title. Oh, I'm doing this. That's not supposed to be there. Ah! Wrong keys. Fat fingering everything. Okay, so this one, the title is going to be something smaller. Oh, so the title will be 30 divided by 904 right now. 30 divided by 904. I got my calculator off screen here. Okay, so that's 0.331. Yeah, so we'll leave it like that. We'll do 0.33. 0.033. So this will just take whatever the height of the canvas is, the height of the window, multiply that height by this, and that will give us our font pixel size, right, for the title and for the value. So we will import config from config.js, and we will have the size be config. Oh, and we need to import canvas wrapper from this wrapper.js. Okay. So we will do config dot stat screen dot stat title font ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Cool. Oh, thank you. That was very sweet of you.
Yeah.
Is this the reheated stuff?
What?
Is this reheated?
No.
Oh, hot. Did you just make more?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Got some coffee. You got Rudy there? Thank you. Bye. All right. Just got some coffee for my wife. That was nice of her. All right. So we've got our title calculation here, and I don't really like exactly how it's happening, but we at least got something to get us going on the something foot, not the right foot. We're not anywhere near the right foot yet, but stat value font ratio. And fonts, if I recall correctly, might look a little weird when you do like weird in. No, actually not bad. Okay. Yeah, because now these font sizes are all sorts of weird individual. They're not whole numbers. They're not integers. Retro MMO. Good morning. Good morning, sir. I checked out the stream for a little bit last night. It's awesome. The game is awesome. I didn't say anything in the chat, but man, everything looks pretty sweet on that. I didn't play the game yet. I was going to, but maybe tonight I'll have some time to check it out. Last night's stream went downhill after a point. Well, I don't know. I forget when I was watching. It might have been till like 10 p.m. my time. So that would have been 11 Eastern. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, for sure. That's pretty cool. I like how you got everything going there. You got people hanging out and everything. That's nice. Just gets a little weird sometimes because I stream in a public voice room. No, I mean, you guys are having some good conversations too about programming languages and everything, and Element was pretty entertaining. So it's cool. I've never really seen a game develop. I mean, I haven't watched a ton of game development streams, but most of them, the ones that I have watched, are kind of the way I'm doing it, where it's just, you know, sitting here typing, blah blah blah. But I liked. It was entertaining. And I caught some glimpses of the game, and it's looking pretty awesome. What are you doing for the desktop versions? Electron, gotcha. That's kind of what I thought. I've used just a tiny bit of Electron before. And it seems like it's kind of the one to use for desktop JavaScript applications, whatever. Is it pretty simple to just, I guess when you're writing game logic and everything, you're just doing a build for the web and a build for the Electron. You probably just have two different scripts that you run to build each of those, right? And I'd assume you don't really have to do anything too crazy for one versus the other. I don't know if what I said made any sense either. So my desktop client is literally just loads up the web. Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice. All right, so our font scaling should now be based upon the height, which is not exactly what we want here. But it's getting us somewhere. Yeah, okay, so now we made the window small, so our font's shrunk. And if we make it really tall, now they're big. Okay. So we at least have something semi-dynamic right now. And oh, the distance. So that's one thing that's not changing is these distance, because the y values of our stat elements here are fixed, right? So this one was set to 300 pixels, right? I'm still using the hard-coded y values. So we also need to percentagize this width, whatever, the space between the two text elements. So if we do, so let's get that in there, and then, okay, 881. Let me make this just a hair bigger here. Back to what we were doing before. 909, that's good enough. All right, so we'll take the space between the two. All right, so they're offset by 75 pixels. This is at 300 pixels Y. This is at 375 pixels Y. So that's 300 pixels Y, and 375 should be down there, I think. Weemy to go. Yo. What's going on, Weemy? Stopping by quickly. Gotcha. Well, appreciate you dropping in. I checked out retro MMO is in the chat. Well, I mean, I think he's working, so I don't know. You know, he's not watching, but I finally caught one of his streams last night, and his game's looking pretty awesome. I was just kind of asking him some questions about it. And I haven't caught one of your streams in a while, Weemy, but I think they're pretty early for me. Typically. Yeah, so we've got right now a 75 pixel offset between these two. So let's measure. Oh, wait, I don't need to measure because I know it's 75 pixels. So from there to like there, 75 pixels. So let's take 75 divided by whatever we have currently. Let's take 75 divided by the current height of the screen, 909. And that gives us 0.083, I guess. We'll just, it doesn't really matter, the rounding. So we'll say stat white space ratio. Again, just kind of temporary name for right now. 0.0, or was it 0.2? No, 0.082. Okay. Yeah, 0.2 would have been 0.2 would be huge. That would have been very large. All right, so we need to go. Yeah, Evan's game is looking awesome. Yeah, Evan, that's his name. Right. I caught that in the stream there yesterday. His name. Because he so smartly named his Twitch name Retro MMO, and literally then he can just, people ask him what is the game like? Well, it's a retro MMO. Okay, so we've got our white space value now, which is set to approximately 75 pixels at this screen size. So 75 pixels divided by our screen height gives us about 0.082 right now. So we can use that. All right, I'll keep the hard-coded 300 pixels here for right now, but for then this value text, we'll take config. You know what? I'm kind of sick. Of these big names here. So we'll have stat. I'm gonna destructure. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I use destruct. That's part of my lingo. But I need to use JavaScript destructuring. So we're destructuring from stat screen. Yes. And then we have our new one too, our new little value here. The white space ratio. And let's do the same thing for the canvas wrapper. So let's take, we'll keep it at we'll pull canvas out because that way I can, height is too generic to pull out. So we'll do canvas wrapper dot ctx. Okay, so now I can get rid of this, this, and this. Brilliant. And then so this we're going to just keep 300. Oh, this is going to be terrible. All right, 300 plus canvas. No. Stat white space ratio times canvas dot height. Cannot destructure property canvas of canvas. Yeah. I have to do it inside of this, the constructor. All right. I'm not doing it. Config.stat screen canvas wrapper.ctx dot. Okay. Weemy, well, got to go stay awesome. Hey, thanks, man. You stay awesome. Okay, that's looking good. I got to fix this part here. Weird ratio. The word ratio is weird. Every time I look at ratio, I always think it should be like ration or something, or like, so if I see the word ratio like in a variable name, I think I like misspelled something or. Okay. So let's scale everything up here. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And if we scale everything down, oops, refresh. Okay, cool. So our relative sizes are working there, our relative heights. And I think that part might actually, well, that part actually might just stay. I might be able to just keep that. I don't know if we need to not have the white space be the way it is, or the white space not be scaled off of the height of the window. Yeah, and we need to have some sort of, I kind of want these like smashed in a little bit more. So I might put some padding on the sides here. And by put padding, I mean just say that they can't be wider than a certain, or they can't, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Forget it. Let's do, oh, here, at this height, everything looks like it's centered. So if I tell people just to play always with their screen at this height, then problem solved. I don't have to do any more programming. All right, so now we should be able to know the height of our one of these full elements here. Because we'll take the height of this, the height of the text, of this text, the height of the white space. Oh, that's tricky because once again, fonts are, our coordinate space the y-axis goes up as we go down, right? And x-axis goes, as it was. The y's flipped from what you learned in school, right? The y-axis is flipped. But with fonts, they draw up. So like if you say the position of the font is, so if I demonstrated this before, if we drew this at 0, 0, at pixel 0, 0, the 0, 0 position of that of the text is relative to like the bottom corner of the B. So like if we draw the text at 0, 0 on the screen, just like the little stubs of the P's stick down, and that's like all you have. You can change the fonts to draw top down if you want. What? This isn't no way. Text baseline. Holy cow. All right, I'm looking it up right now. Oops. I've actually seen this property, but just never looked at it. Or this method or whatever this is, I guess. Text baseline top. Text baseline bottom. Nice. Wait, so the baseline by default is bottom. Oh, cool. Retro, yes, I am doing Canvas 2D. So this, you're exactly right. I'm looking at the API right now. So, or the W3 schools documentation. There's text baseline for vertical alignment and text align for horizontal alignment. Text align. Yeah, so I think the alignment is fine because it's going. Well, I guess there's probably a different way to align, like if you want the T to overhang or something. I don't know. All right, so what do we've got? We want to align from the top then. I should set this up in my. All right, just to make sure. Oops. All right, so the fonts more or less look centered here. So let's do. Yes, we definitely want. Oh, I guess alphabetic is the default. What's the difference between top and hanging? There's hanging. Oh, okay. No, we don't want hanging. We want top. Okay, so I can throw this into. Our canvas wrapper here. Let's do. Yeah, I would do that right in the right here. We can just say this dot ctx dot text baseline going to equal top. So this is just like a global setting we can just do right here. Nice. Okay, so then this text should just look a little bit down from here now, right? Because the baseline is at the bottom or alphabetic or whatever. Oops, I can't play this one-handed. All right, so stuff is down now, so that's good. Perfect. Retro, you saved me a lot of headache. I appreciate it. Retro, do you do all the art? Are you doing all the art for your game? Because the art is pretty awesome. I just didn't know if that was something you were putting your time into or not. Okay. So now I need to do, what did we do before? We did 90. I need to recalculate our, yeah, I did 75 by 909, but now this should be 25 divided by 909 because we're taking 50 pixels off for that text. So now we're at 0.027. We'll do 28. Wow, I think it was 8.2 before. Yeah, now it's... What? That doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah, because the space should be smaller now. Right. Okay. Oops. So now... Oh, wait. No, because the bottom text, the top text is also aligned now from the top. So it needs to be this text plus, so it needs to be 55 because this text is 30. Well, I'm just doing that to get my averages here, my baseline. So we need to do 30 plus 25, so that would be 55 divided by 909. Yeah, so we'll do 61.061. And that should give us a nice little white space buffer there. Cool. We scale our window up. Looks good. Relatively working nicely. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Let's do I forget what we were trying to do right before this. Oh, we want to calculate the actual size of, we want to center each of these elements on the y-axis, right? So let's do, so now we know we've got title. We've got the title text height, we've got our white space height, and now our bottom text height. So add all three of those together, and then we'll have our full-blown height here. And then we can center everything. So we need to do the heights. We need to calculate the height of that element first. And I'm starting to think I shouldn't do this in the stat. I should do all of this in the stat screen object, because that's kind of the manager for all 4 of them. And since all 4 of them will use the same height stuff, then we just calculate it once rather than each individual element calculating all itself. So let's do it. Yeah, so let's do that here. So we initialize each stat. In our stats screen. So we do have our stats array. We do the text and everything, and I'll figure out a better way to do this later. We do that. We do calculate all the actual stats. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so when we're setting up each individual stat, we're initializing each individual stat. Let's calculate out those positions. So we will say, let's make this value, we'll do const value height. And we need to pull in config here. Value height. So that will be, first should be title height. We'll do config dot blah blah blah. Yes, okay. Oh, I don't need to say height, I just say size. Because it's the font size, but based upon the height. So that is our value size, and we do the same thing, but for title. So we'll go in here and title size. And then we calculate the white space as well. Const white space height. Config dot stat screen dot stat white space ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. So we've got white space height. Retro MMO, are you enjoying canvas rendering overall? Yeah, I mean, I like the 2D context. I mean, yeah, really nice for just getting stuff up on screen and everything. I mean, I have, at least for doing the shapes and everything, I have seen it get pretty CPU heavy when you start adding a lot of things. And, you know, it would otherwise be a pretty simple game otherwise. But, you know, or it would be simple graphics, but it could still get pretty CPU heavy when drawing shapes, you know, from scratch. And I don't know, you know, how the back end of that is working and everything. But, you know, I'm assuming like doing sprite rendering and stuff using the image stuff is probably pretty fast. All right, so we've got our white space height now. And if we add all 3 of these together, that should tell us. So we can do const stat height, I guess we can say. So we could just do title size plus value size plus white space height. And that should give us the full height of this little guy. So now that we know that, we can then center that with the based on the canvas height. So we could, I guess we can just say title y pose y. Oh, we're going to need to change how we do that method there, because that method is just setting the X position. Oh, title pose equals. We're gonna do a new little vec2 here. Okay, so we'll do the X is always going to be, I guess we can do const X equals this. Const title pose is going to equal X, and then Y will be half of the stat height or it'd be half of the canvas height minus half of the stat height. So canvas wrapper CTX canvas height, half of that minus this dot, oh, no. Stat height, half of that. Not a third of that, half. There we go. So that would be our title position. So our value pose will be the same thing, X, but Y will then be title pose dot X plus white space height. I believe that is what we want. Oh, wait. Plus the title size. Plus title size plus, because this is this title pose. Oh, and this is not title pose dot X, title pose dot Y. So, so we're saying stat dot. Yeah, I'd like to keep, I'm thinking like I could have init pass some stuff, but I'd like to keep stuff out of the init method if possible. So set pose and width currently just takes that X offset value that we were generating here. But now, the width, the X actually needs to get calculated individually. That's right. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages. And we're back. All right, so it's not as simple as I was thinking because we need to yeah. We can't. Yeah. I should change this to be. I should change this method to take x offset width and title y and value y. Ugh. Just feels kind of nasty doing it that way, but it's not that big of a deal. So we're not setting the pose here. We're going to make this title y. My font's too big right now. Okay, so that is title y, and then we need to have value y. Okay, so then this, or call this x offset, I guess. And then we'll pass x because it's not actually the x position. It is just like an offset value that will need to be used to calculate something else. So then we'll also do the width. So that was this stat width, and then title y and value y. Brilliant. And then in the stat itself over here, so we're calling this stat.set pose and width here, and here we're actually have the definition of the function. So we're setting the x property with that offset with some calculations, which I should throw those into a little variable. X offset plus width over 2. You know what? I could probably do that here. Yeah, because otherwise this is going to get repeated for however many stats we have. So let's get rid of. Yeah, so we'll keep this named x offset, but we'll do this calculation x offset plus width over 2. So once again, this method's going to get called for however many stat elements we've got in our stats screen. So just as many variables as we can calculate only once. That would be more enjoyable, more fun and enjoyable for everyone. Not that this is that big of a deal. This is just the stats screen that gets generated after the game. It's not getting generated every frame or something like that and doing just like 4 times, 8 times the calculation. Whatever. It's not anything that's performance critical, but nonetheless, I'd like to just calculate things only once if that's possible. So we're going to keep this x offset variable or property that comes in because we still need to measure the width of the text and do that whole shebang. But we can at least do this x offset plus width over 2. We can sum those up into one thing. So width is our stat width, so we can say you know what, actually, let's make that just a property up here. We can just call it half stat width. And then we'll do this dot stat width over 2, because that might be something we end up using later too. So I have half stat width now. So there we've shortened this up. quite a bit. And we'll do the x offset plus I times, it's kind of interesting, I times this dot stat width for every stat, but then we're going to do getting the, I guess, the half position of that. Whoops. Oh, yes. I got it. This will be confusing to kind of go back after if I haven't looked at this for months and go back and look at it later, but it'll be pretty straightforward because it's literally just going from getting calculated here and going here. And that's it. So we're good with that. Now we pass x offset. We can get rid of width here. We can get rid of that part for each of these. And then, yes, so then our x positions are getting calculated there. That's great. But now we've also got, we're passing in the title y and the value y coordinates. And those, okay, so we don't need that, calling that anymore. We're passing in title y, value y. And we will set those here. So this dot title text dot pose dot y equals title y. This dot value text dot pose dot y equals value y. All right, I don't think I missed anything, so let's jump back in the game here and see. No, I missed something. Title pose is not defined. Where was that? Stat screen, line 34. Title pose. Oh, yeah, because this is now going to just be title Y, because I changed how I was doing that. Nice. Okay, except that white space is looking way bigger than it should be, I think. But we're centered. At least. So let's make the window really big. Cool. And that's centered. Now I actually don't know if I want it centered. Maybe it should be like a little higher. Yeah, because it should be a little higher, because then the text, the stats will be kind of up here, and then like the buttons to play again or go back to the main menu would be like down here. And this white space is way too big. How did that happen? This plus white space. I might have title Y. Let's just get rid of this and see what happens. Oh. Yeah, that's what it should be. So I did something. Okay, let me see why that. Title Y plus white space. That's weird. All right. Well, it's working this way. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time to try to figure out exactly why. But that looks pretty good. The one thing I don't really like is the spacing on the sides. Let me get rid of these debug text values here. I don't really need them anymore. I haven't needed them for a long time, but I just kept them there. Player input. Yeah, I'll just remove this whole thing. Nice. Cool. Yeah, so now that I did all of that, I actually don't want it centered. I want it moved up a little bit. But I'm going to have it centered with the buttons, wherever the buttons end up being. So our stats screen will probably end up having like a menu object attached to it. Maybe not a menu. That menu object might go away, because that's what this is, and it was just like kind of basically set up so that I could just add new items, new buttons to a menu, and it would just continue to grow on its own. But that construct isn't really going to exist anymore, or need to exist. Yeah, the one thing I'm not liking too much is the spacing. Like at this size, all the stats should be closer. Because right now it's just equally dividing them by 4 into because there's 4 stats. It's just dividing the screen width into 4 different chunks and then centering 4 equal spaced chunks. And then centering our text right inside of that chunk, right? So then you could draw like a line right down here, vertical line, and this would be just centered right in there. This would be centered right in that next one. It'd be nicer to maybe just pad the sides a little bit. So instead of, well, we just have to try something and see how it looks. So let's, instead of spacing perfectly, we'll like crop the sides in by a certain percentage is what we're going to want to do, not a pixel value. So we'll do some sort of percentage. Like maybe we'll make it 5% smaller. Let's jump into wherever we're doing that. Let's see, stat width. Okay, so stat width is doing that calculation of the canvas width divided by the stats, the amount of stats we have, stat bubbles, which we have 4. So we equally divide the screen into 4 chunks, which I still want to do, but I'd rather do it with, we need to put a config variable here, this.stat screen, so we will have I guess we'll say, we could just maybe call this width. Width to canvas width ratio. And we'll say it's 90% of the canvas width. ration. I said I said it. I said I would do it. There's something weird about typing the word ratio. I always put an N on the end. I guess it's because there's so many words in the English language that have TION, so I'm doing TION all the time. That's just in my brain. But TIO, what I was saying before is like whenever I just see the word ratio like at the end of a variable name or something, it always looks like a misspelling to me. Like TIO, it's just a weird ending to a word. But I guess that's just because of TION is so common for so many words. With canvas width ratio, we'll just say canvas width ratio. Yeah, we don't need to say width, canvas width ratio. Because it's the width of the stat screen to the canvas width, the ratio of that. But we'll say 0.9. So that way we'll be centering these inside of now 90% of the width. Maybe that's not the best way to do it. Let's just try. Canvas width ratio. So stat screen. So now the stat width should be the config.statscreen.canvas width ratio times the canvas width divided by the stats length. Yeah, so if we were to just take that, these would all be like skewed to the left. Yes, exactly. Because we need now we need to offset that. So we also then need to calculate I guess we'll do another property. This dot we'll say this dot width, and then that will be the width of the stat screen, right? That's what that should be. And then stat width is simply going to be this dot width over that, and then we need to I guess we'll say this dot x offset. We need to offset that by did I do a canvas wrapper dot? You know what I should do? I'll fix it later. I was going to say maybe I should calculate the half of the height and half of the width of the canvas as part of I'd like to do that and have those variables just ready. Make that like part of, some variable that you can just access easily. But I would do that, but then I would need to go back when I actually set it up to resize the whole window based upon, when the player resizes the browser window. We'll need to calculate that stuff again, so I'll save it for when I do that, which should be fine. So here, I'm already doing this x stat. I guess we'll call this just stat x offset just to differentiate. We're going to need to do You know what? I'm going to create a pose variable here, just like we have with drawable entities, except the stat screen itself isn't a drawable at all, but it's going to have its own position that gets calculated, like its own y and x position, and then everything else should be based off of that, right? So we're not going to have a y offset yet, or a y position for this yet, but we'll do the x. So we need to do half of the canvas width. Half of the canvas width minus half of the stat, half of the width, right? Yes. Brilliant. So that should be our position.x. And then every stat will then get, yes. So then every stat will get offset by this pose.x. So our stat x offset will be just throw this dot pose dot x on there. All right, so let's see if that does it for us. Perfect. All right. Yeah, that looks a lot better. We got a little bit of padding now on the sides. It's like here's like the center line between, well, I don't know, I can't exactly tell, but yeah, now we got a little bit of padding on the sides versus these being squared off kind of perfectly. Right? All right, let's, just to make sure I'm not paranoid here, let's make this 80%. So they should be even tighter now. Yeah. Oh, I actually kind of like that 80%. At this screen size, right? So then I should have these like hanging up a little bit now. But that'll be once we add the buttons in, which maybe we might as well just do that. We might as well start creating our new buttons. Because right now I'm using the just HTML buttons, right? And, you know, I have a little wrapper around those to create them on the fly programmatically and to, you know, just set their on-click method and whatever. But I'm actually going to be creating my own button class based just out of canvas elements. So it'll be, and I'm thinking just for style, just because, you know, the game has bubbles that you pop, you know, then it will be like a bubble that you click as the button, right? And I could have the bubble and then some text in the bubble button bubble, whatever. So I guess let's just get started working on that. I would like to maybe keep it a flexible, well, let's just start. Let's just go. So I'm going to create a new button.js file here. And let's take some stuff. Well, we'll do class export default class button extends entity. This button wrapper, I just want to see exactly what I'm doing for this. So the init creates the HTML element, whatever, pops it in, plops it into the document. You specify the position and everything. The top left, you specify your onClick function. Yeah, so this button wrapper itself is just kind of dumb, doesn't really do anything. So it'll be kind of the same thing, just kind of this shell, like, you know, it'll be a little more complicated than this because it's going to handle clicking and everything, but it's going to tie more into the event, the game engine event drivenness than this will, right? Because I'm not handling the collision, the hit detection and everything from the mouse cursor. In the case of this, that, you know, the HTML button is just doing that itself. So I think we should have a button just be an entity, and then it's going to have a drawable entity attached to it that could either be a rect or a circle. I'm thinking just kind of generically right now because I mean, I know I want to have the buttons be circles probably, but we'll see. So export default class button extends entity constructor. Yeah, it's just going to be an plain entity right now, so there won't be any parameters that we need to pass to super. Okay, we will have an event listener. Oh. Because we're going to need to... The button itself will listen to... Okay, so we'll have this dot drawable So this button class will kind of be an empty shell for whether you want to draw a circular button or a rectangle button. And it's not going to at all work like the HTML thing where you, if you want a circle button, you just set the radius of a button, whatever, really tight or whatever. That's not how it's going to work. So I've already got a circle and a rect, a circle drawable item, drawable object, and a rect as well. Game doesn't really use any of the rects because everything's circles, but nonetheless, I'm making it kind of support that. So the button itself, the button class itself is just going to be kind of that empty shell. It could be a circle button, it could be a rectangle button. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I end up doing here. But let's make this pretty generic, I guess. We are going to be listening for... Oh, we actually don't have mouse down and mouse up events. Oh, I had the player input open right here. So cursor drag started, cursor drag stopped. Cursor drag moved, key down, key up. Let's do, okay. So I actually have these old cases to handle cursor down and cursor up when processing input. So let's let's just I stopped using those because we got rid of the click and drag part of the gameplay, you know, that concept of the gameplay with a click and drag sort of thing. So what I think I should have now is just like a generic game event that fires when the cursor's down and the cursor's up. Cursor goes down, the cursor goes up, just like basically the mouse. I mean, I'm basically just extending the mouse kind of the event API that HTML already has to offer in the browser, or the DOM has. So on cursor down, I'm just going to keep this code that I had from... This stuff doesn't really exist anymore because this was part of the dragging functionality of the game, but I'll just keep it commented for right now in case I want to go back. So what we will do is just have a generic event emitter.emit cursor down. And we will do just like we have here, the position. So you can get in the cursor down event, you'll get the position as well, just for last minute checking. And then we'll have a cursor up event that fires. So our button, our new button class will just have 2 listeners for that. So a listener looks like this, right? Oh, cursor down. And we will, listener will be some function. And basically the same thing, but for cursor up now. Cool. We also need to listen to cursor move. Yes, because we need to know when the cursor moved and if and what position we need to, or you know, we need to be able to check a collision with the button. So now I'm trying to think of exactly how I want to do this. I think my button right now, just because I want to be lazy, not lazy, but I don't want to, I don't like trying to predict the future. So I don't want to do extra work to kind of make things nicer for the future. But if I can make the path clear for me for the future, that's what I'd rather do. Rather than trying to full-on predict the future and write code ahead, stuff that I don't need now, but I think I might need in the future. I don't want to do that. I'd rather at least keep the path open for if I know I need to go that way later, I can. So this button is just going to be a circle button all the time right now. Basically what I mean. Like I'd like to be able to have the option for a circle button, a rectangle button, or whatever. But we are just going to, we're just going to go with a circle button. So this drawable thing will kind of be like, this drawable could be the circle, it could be the rectangle, whatever. But right now I'm just going to make it a circle. So we will, through our constructor, actually, we're going to take params. And our drawable is going to equal a new import circle from circle.js. and it's going to equal a new circle, and we're going to pass the params to that new circle. And this dot drawable dot init, init super dot init. Beautiful. And then we have, I just want to check, we have circle, draw style, check hit. Okay, so check hit is a function on circle. So basically, when we cursor move, we are getting the position, I believe. So what we could do is CLG, we'll do if this dot drawable dot check hit pose any. I guess we can pass pose right in here. Let me look. So basically, the button itself, the button object itself, will check for when the cursor moves. And if the cursor moves, then it will check with its drawable property, which is a circle. And then the circle has a check hit method where it can check if a point, a given vector 2 point, an XY position, is inside of the circle or not, right? And it'll just return true or false if the position that we pass to it is inside or not. So we're kind of just forwarding this position directly to the drawable. I just had another thought of how I might want to make this nicer and future-proof, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. We're just going to keep going with what we got here. So we're checking if we have a hit and blah, blah, blah. The thing I want to do, how do I want to test this? I guess we'll make this button be a property of our new stat screen object. So from here, we'll import button, bubble. I'm so used to typing bubble now. Button.js. And we're just going to have this dot button equals new button. And what do I need? We need a position. Because basically our button is just forwarding the properties we're going to pass to this new button, to the button constructor. It's basically going to just be what we pass to a circle currently. So that will be a position, pose, an X and a Y. So we'll make it, let's just go like off to the side here. So we'll make it like 60X and 200Y. And we need a radius. Oh, no, size. And then that is an R. And our radius, we'll just make it kind of tiny, just 20 pixels, so a 40 pixel diameter, something, bubble, button, circle, whatever. So let's see if, oh, whoops. Needs to be out here. This dot button dot init. Now this will end up getting changed. I just want to get this button drawing on screen so I can check. Beckity, there's no memory card in the camera, so I can't film. Oh, hang on, guys. I'll be back in a second here. All right, I am back. That was my wife saying she needed the camera, so she should be all good to go now. All right. So yeah, this button is just part of the stat screen. It's going to be more. There's going to be multiple buttons. I'm just doing this kind of generically to like just see if we get something drawing on the screen now. So now, once we hit our stats screen, there we go. So let's also just make sure we're getting collisions working correctly. So every time we have a mouse movement on here. Retry MMO, LOL Twitch chat is how my wife gets my attention too. Nice. Yeah, I guess she thought instead of coming down and interrupting me, she'd just throw a chat out there. All right, so let's just print something whenever there's a mouse move over the button. So we'll do this, and now we've got our button and nothing. I'm probably... Let's look at the circle object. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, it's got to be an object with pose inside. Actually, let's do CLG pose. This, okay. Oh, we're destruct. Okay, so it is pose. But we need to put it inside like that, I guess. I don't know why I did that. It seems kind of weird. All right, so let's get to our stats screen. Nothing. What's going on here? Let's make it a little bigger too, quick, while we're at it. Okay. So our button. Let's make sure I'm logging this event properly for 1, 2. Oh, we got to get our stat screen going. Nope. Are we not? Okay. Oh, there is no cursor move event. Yes. Of course, there is no cursor move. We want... Yeah, there is no cursor move event. I guess we'll fire. Oh, actually. Yeah, now this is kind of interesting to how I want to handle this. Because we're returning break. No, there is no. Just going straight down the line here. Distance const. comps, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I think we can just right off the bat do a event emitter dot emit cursor move, and we can, oh, we were doing positions and timestamps, that's why. Sure, let's keep that going. All right, I'm definitely going to want to maybe figure out a better way to do this. We have this alternate with cursor drag moved. Oh, we're going to call this cursor moved. Cursor upped, cursor upped, cursor downed. I've been trying to name all my events with ed on the end, but let's just pass the position. I don't need to. I'm going to follow this format that I already have, but I don't think we need to get all crazy with stuff right now. I'll go back and kind of clean this up later. Because basically I built, so this player input class, well, it's a singleton object is actually what ends up happening, but it basically syncs up the mouse inputs and everything with the frames and just makes sure that everything happens kind of nice and orderly. So what I did right out of the gate was I built this to support kind of the gameplay logic. I'm confused. You're making wrappers for built-in events. Basically what I'm doing is I have my player input class, which ends up just being a singleton like global object. And then it cues the mouse input from the DOM and then just makes sure that that gets processed at the beginning of every frame, right? Because what'll happen is I'm interpolating mouse input too. Because, you know, if you move, especially in a game like this, where you move really fast, if the mouse is moving really fast, it's possible that the DOM point, you know, you've got a circle and a bubble in the middle, right? And you're trying to pop it. If you've got a DOM mouse event here, and then you're trying to pop this bubble, but now your next DOM event is here. Your next DOM mouse input event is here. Basically, you've got an issue where you know, it would have just skipped this bubble completely, like you were trying to pop it. And I did build this originally around it was more of a problem in the original part of the game, originally what I was doing with the game, where you didn't pop the bubbles with a key press, you actually just drag the mouse into them. But basically, what was happening is if you moved your mouse fast enough, you'd completely skip the bubble. And you wouldn't, it kind of looks like that's happening here, but it's not. You'd completely skip the bubble. So what's happening is basically it's interpolating between, so if your one DOM mouse point was here, your other DOM mouse point was here, then it interpolates sub points along there. So then you can check for collisions with a bubble somewhere between those points, right? Because if the bubble's in the middle and the two mouse points, physical mouse points, were outside of it, but you technically are drawing a line through the bubble, it samples along that. So basically I kind of have to do extra things to, well, there's that part of it where I'm interpolating mouse inputs, and also I'm interpolating between mouse points. And also I'm just making sure I'm doing it that way to make sure everything's just kind of synced nicely for every frame, which ends up actually already happening which I didn't really realize at least with Chrome. With Chrome, you get one mouse input every frame, I guess is how it works. One mouse input event every frame when you're doing, I guess that's just how it always works. I don't know. But when you have the console open, it actually just uses the native, whatever your mouse is. So like I have a 1000 hertz mouse, so there's 1000 DOM events firing every second. Versus when I close this, then it just goes to whatever my frame rate is, which is 120 hertz. So then there's just 120 mouse inputs going per second. I don't know. I probably didn't explain all that very well, but basically I'm doing some stuff with, I have like my game event, my game engine event for mouse input, which is separate of the DOM input. So basically I take the DOM stuff, massage it, and then those then get translated into my game engine events, game play events, whatever. What I was saying before, wait, why was stuff breaking there? Oh, because now we've got some other errors here. Oh, yeah. All right, so I need to move this. I guess I can move this down to the bottom. Let's move that whole. Yeah, there's no reason not to just have this down at the bottom. All right, so now we have, oh, yeah, I need to actually look at this code here rather than just assume. So cursor move, there's got to be like a return in here. No, I got rid of that. That was from before. Cursor moved. Just make sure I'm hitting this. I mean, obviously I'm hitting it, moving. Right. Something is not. This button, this is not getting initialized. That's got to be what it is. Or maybe I didn't save after I made that modification. That's probably it. Yep, that's all it was. All right, I got to use the bathroom. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And so now this is working. So now we should get a hit in the console when we hover over that. No, nope, not yet. Oh, yes, this would be why now, because now I understand what's the format of these objects. There we go. All right. So now our button is correctly handling collision, whatever. So we need to, yeah, I think what I'll have is probably maybe some nice animation or something that happens with the button when you hover over it, right? So that'll trigger that, you know, when we have a hit. And I'm trying to think. I should have like a little property here. This dot mouse over was false. I don't know what to call that when the mouse is on the button. We'd have if this to draw blah 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 blah. We check hit. Oh yes, then we'd have an else. We don't need. Well, yeah, we'll see what I end up having here. So this dot mouse over equals true. Do I need that? No. Actually, I don't think we need that. Because every time the mouse moves, we do need to check if we're hit or not. Which we're doing, so we're good. You know what? Maybe. Well, no, I guess we'll keep the events like this for right now. Is there a... No, there's just a... That's right, there's just a method. So we do need to have this mouse over. So if we have a check hit, this dot mouse over equals true, else this dot mouse over equals false. That is what we want. Because then when we have a cursor down, we need to if this dot mouse over dot clicked equals false. Not this dot clicked. This dot clicked equals true. And then cursor up, we can just set this dot clicked equal to false. All right, so let's oh, we're not doing anything with that. Console.log clicked. All right. So we've got all right. So now we've got technically a button that works. And we can click. We can click it. The action is happening immediately. It's happening on the click down, not the click up, like most buttons. Most kinds of buttons work so that you clicked and then you released, and then when you release, that's when the action happens. So yeah, and also, so all we would need to, so even if you go like drag off, oh, if you drag off, then, okay, so to do that, I'll set that up. I'll set up that kind of thing here. So we need to have a onClick method, which I will just, for right now, set to CLG clicked. This will get passed in through the constructor, the params that come in through the constructor here, but for right now, I'm just going to do this clicked thing again, kind of like we just did. But, okay, so the cursor down mouse event, if the mouse is currently over the button, and we're not already clicked, then we set click to true. Actually, no, we can take that out. We do just that. So if the mouse is over and the cursor's down, clicked is set to true. We don't need to check if it's not. Here in the cursor up, then we will check. I guess we'll do another check hit. Oh, actually, this shouldn't be called pose. It should be called E. So if this dot mouse over. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. We need to do if this dot drawable dot check hit E. Because this gives you, okay, so just going off of the default DOM button behavior, and I guess this is probably every button. So if I click a button, or wait, If I click the button and hold it down, it doesn't do anything until I release, right? Boom. But if I click the button and then drag off, I'm clicking and holding, dragging off and release, then it cancels the action, right? So that's what I'm going to just emulate, I'm just going to copy that behavior for right now. So we have, if the cursor goes down and the cursor is currently over the button, then we just set this click to true, this dot click to true. If the cursor goes up, we do need to check the position of the cursor, which we are passing. Yes, which we are passing here. So we will check the position of the cursor, and then if we're on the button and this dot clicked equals true. Oh, if we're on the button, and I guess we'll just do another nested if this dot clicked is true, then we fire our callback. We call this dot on click. And then either way, this dot clicked gets set to false. All right, so cannot read property X of undefined. Oh. I guess I need to do this. Pose. That's kind of annoying. Nice. All right. So we've got a button. It would be nice. We're going to need some text. So that's also going to be part of our button. So we need to import text from text.js. And I guess we could set, I'm trying to think if we want to have like the button be like the button width, the button size being tied to the text width right now. I don't know if we want to do that. I don't know if I care that much right now to have that, like just setting the radius of the button. We'll see. Well, let's, we've got basic button clicking working now. Let's just do something kind of dumb with it just to make sure everything's looking good. So this callback will be params.onClick. And we'll go to our stats screen where we set up our button. And let's make this be on click equal to what stat.value here. Let's see. Value, is the value getting rendered every time? Yes, it is separately. That's right. So we'll have our on click maybe just take our, we'll have it do this dot stats dot this dot stats 0 dot value plus equals 1. So we'll have this button just increment a value just so we can kind of get the feel for it. Oh, you know what? I need to actually make it value text dot text. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. Okay. And the alignment doesn't update, but that's fine. We're not updating this value randomly, the width and everything. We're not, this is just completely for just testing to make sure that the function of this button works, which it does. So if we click, if I'm clicking and holding and then releasing and then the thing fires, if I click and go off the button and then release, it cancels. So that's matching functionality of, you know, modern UI buttons and whatever. Cool. So that, well, we got some more work to do. We got to add some text. We got to have the text render on top. Which is going to be interesting. Yeah, so let's get some text going here. So should we have let's do, we'll have this dot text equals new text, and then this is going to be params dot text. Oh, text is going to equal params dot text. And then we will have, so we want to have, we'll have a text color as well, which I'll just set to white for right now. We need to import color and import it nicely. Oh, this is, yeah, 255. G is 255. B is 255. And alpha will just be set to 1 implicitly. There we go. Oops. All right, so now we'll have some white text. just to make sure that this text is working. This dot text dot init. And I should maybe make this like drawable text be the name. Oh, we need to add this super dot destruct, this dot drawable dot destruct, and this dot text dot destruct. All right, so let's have our text just render at the buttons. What are we doing here? Pose. Okay, so we've got position. We'll make this x equal to params.pose.x and y equal to params.pose.y. Did I seriously do that again? And then we also need a font. So font will equal new font. And we'll do size 20, style, just do Arial. Oh. Okay. So let's see how this looks. Obviously text and everything's not going to be aligned because we haven't done that yet, but we just want to see if we're getting text. Undefined. Oh, wait, we didn't pass any text. And it's drawing on the bottom of the button. That's right. So I need to set some z-index stuff here. I need to figure out what we want to do for z-index kind of stuff. I guess dot params, but then let's do a config this dot button z-index is going to equal 10. And I'll have to revisit all these z-indexes later, but this will just ensure that our button is probably drawing above anything else in the game. And then our text, will set that to whatever that config value is +1. So that way we can ensure our text is always drawing on top of the button. And first, let's make sure we're not doing undefined. So we can pass text. Here we can say, click me. All right. And we go back to our button. Button. That's good. Good. We need to say z-index is going to equal config, just import config dot button dot z-index. And then z-index of our text, do the same thing, but just +1. So that way it's just always relative. There we go. So obviously text isn't centered and everything, but at least that looks good. And that's working. We've got a button pretty much. Just need some animations and text centered, and got a circle button. So let's see, centering the text. Circle buttons are weird because I don't know how. Maybe the buttons, maybe I can just get around having to do weird text sizing and everything with, well, circle buttons are weird because the diameter is based upon the text, right? Like a normal like rectangular button is nice because, you know, text comes out rectangularly, and then you just have like a rectangle that kind of just goes a little bit outside of that, whatever that text says, right? So you say some text, you know, like if we had a button that said bubbles popped here, you know, then we just have a little rectangle that just goes, it's, you know, just kind of outside of that a little bit. But with a circle, it's different because now you're adding all this vertical space. You know, like if we were to have a circle bubble for this bubbles pop text, I mean, it would be like, you know, big. And if we wanted to have any decent like padding on the sides of the text, it'd be like a pretty big circle. So the one option would be, okay, well then have bubbles, the text bubbles on top of pop, so it'd be like bubbles popped, and then you could have a much smaller button, which is true, but I'm starting to get into like, I don't think I want to do that much work right now. I mean, if I get to a point where I think it's worth it, yes. But for right now, I'm thinking I could just have two buttons that say retry and quit or quit. You know, those would just be two really short words, so we can have just a short, you know, kind of a good sized bubble around each of those words. So you know, right, like I've got for these buttons here, play, practice, like those are relatively short words, and those are what the bubbles will say when I have the real main menu instead of these buttons. Wise Dolphin 13. Forgive my simple question, but can't you just center them both together, find the center of the circle and the text in a line and be done with it? Yes, actually, I am going to do that. That's not exactly what I was talking about as being a problem. What I was describing as a problem is that having circle buttons, so, you know, like if you have a rectangle button, like if I wanted to have this text bubbles, you know, a button that said like text like this, bubbles popped, like a rectangular button is nice because, you know, it's just like a slightly bigger than that. But if I was going to have this bubbles popped be a circular button, the circle would be pretty big, right? Like just to fit this text inside, it would be pretty big. And what I was proposing as a solution was then you could have like, well, then just have the text bubbles on top of popped. So it'd be bubbles popped. And then I could get by with like a much smaller radius circle. But what I was just saying is I don't think I want to do that much work right now unless I get to a point where I think that's worth it. So my solution for now is just have short words for the buttons actions, right? So play and practice are good buttons. I see, yep, didn't see the problem. Yeah, exactly. So yes, and then what you said is exactly what I'm going to do with centering up the text. But yeah, all of that was basically just to say I want to use short words for the button names right now. And this is like the post-game screen here, the post-game, post-round screen or whatever. So there'll be just two buttons here that'll say retry or quit, I think. And those are just two short little words, so we can just have, you know, well, we can have whatever size buttons we want. Yes. Oh, and welcome to the chat, Wise Dolphin 13. Appreciate you hanging out. All right, so like Wise Dolphin was saying, let's get to centering our text up here on the button. So to do that, we've already got our circle radius position. That's what's going to come in through our params here. And then we need to do what we recently added was our text measure text, which, yes, so we can do exactly this to get the width of the text. Whew, this constructor is starting to get nasty and all. I might change kind of how this is set up. I don't know if I really can. All right, let's do... Let's split these into 2 lines. That's not what I wanted. Not at all what I wanted. Okay. So for the x and y, we're going to be taking, so params.pose.x and params.pose.y are the circle positions, the center of the circle positions. So we need to take that and we need to go back. We need to subtract from it half of our text width minus, All right. I'm just going to do all this real dirty in the constructor right now. And I don't really like it, but we're just going to do it to get something working for right now, and then I'll figure out a better place to put everything. So now we've got our text element, this dot text, and we can set the position to, in fact, let's just omit position from here for right now. So this dot text dot pose is going to equal a new object, and we've got an x and a y position for those, right? So it's going to be the params, which comes in through our constructor, params.pose.x is going to be the x position of our circle, right? So that's the position of this guy here, or sorry, that center of this bubble, right? This, it's not a bubble anymore, it's a button. Bubbles are for the game. Buttons are circles. These are bubbles, but not buttons, right? This is the button. Oh, that didn't destruct there when I did that. I must not be destructing. Anyway, irrelevant to what we're working on. So the center, the params.pose.x and params.pose.y is the center of this circle. So we need to subtract half the width of our text to get our, and let's just change this text to click, not click me. That'll make it fit nicer. That'll center up kind of nice in this button. Okay, now everything's broken. So let's just push along here. So go back to button, params.pose.x, that's the center of our button. So we just need to offset from that of the width of the text. So we can do this dot title, this dot title. Oh no, sorry, I'm dot measure text over 2. Okay, so this one thing that I just realized I didn't make super clear. This measure text is actually just returning the width. So when you say this dot text, a text drawable entity, when you call measure text on that, it's just going to return the width of that text on screen, right? So this should center up our x nicely. But our params.pose.y, or our y position here is going to be params.pose.y minus this dot text dot font dot size. And according to that, oh, not minus, plus, 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 plus. Plus and minus. You learned that in like kindergarten, right? Not me. Oh boy. Why is that so wrong? Oh. No. Okay, we did the baseline. We did the baseline stuff and everything thanks to Retro in the chat before. We got all the baseline and stuff set up. I'm just an idiot. It's this, and then the text size divided by 2. It's half of the text size. So, yeah. It's been a long day. Actually, it hasn't been a long day at all. All right, so that is almost what we want. Is there... It's like just a hair off. It's like a hair too tall. I don't know if I care, though. I feel like that's good enough for now. So we got a button. It clicks. It's got text that centers. The text doesn't scale. That is a button, and I'm happy to call that one. Thanks. Thanks, Wise Dolphin. Yeah, we've got kind of a button there now. We need some animation. Yeah, I want to add some like hover animation or something. I'm even thinking of adding some like idle like hovering animation, not hover, not mouse hover, but like I want the bubble to maybe look, the button to maybe look like it's just kind of like free hovering in space a little bit, you know, just kind of like wobbling just a hair. That's what I'm thinking for like a main menu. So this stuff here is the main menu. Vibration, well, like no, like it's just kind of like free hovering in space, like even when you don't, and yeah, I don't know if I'm really going to do that yet. That might be kind of a later step, but like the button would just be like sitting there on screen, but it would be like kind of floating. Like your mouse cursor isn't on it or anything, but the button would just look kind of like it's floating a little bit. Like it's kind of just saying, hey, click me kind of thing. We'll see. It might actually be that I wouldn't do that until you were to hover over it. Like you hover out over it and then it kind of like moves a little bit or something like over time. I'd like to have like an expanding animation for when you hover over it. In fact, let's do that right now because that's an important part of knowing that it's a button is when you interact with it, that it does something. So let's have it. Yeah, let's have it animate up or grow a little bit when you hover over it. And likewise reverse when you when you hover off of it. So we're going to have, that would mean, man, this button class is blowing up quickly here. It's okay though. So we'll, down at the bottom here, actually above event listeners. I always like event listeners to be at the bottom of all my entities for some reason. This dot hover anim is going to equal a new animation. And just make sure it imported animation. No, it didn't. Import animation from animation.js. Okay. So we've got our hover anim. Let me set that up with this dot hover anim dot init. Oh, and before I forget, because I realized something. I don't know if I can test that now. Stat screen. Stat screen was not destructing the button. Yeah, actually. That's all we need to do there. Oh, not button.init, button.destruct. There we go. And this is going to change, whatever, because I'm going to have multiple buttons and a way to manage it, but we're just building our button right now. That's all we're worrying about. This, actually, now we're going to break a bunch of stuff. Yeah, because I set up an animation, but without passing any information to it. Without supplying any parameters to it. All right, so we want to have a hover animation. So we want to have it, it'll just be something short. So we'll have a max dir, I don't know, 100 milliseconds. And it will always be there's going to be some annoying state stuff to set up with this. Because this hover animation, I'm going to need to decide if I want to do just one animation for the hovering on and off. Let's just get hovering on working. And we'll push to where we want to go from there. So 100 millisecond animation, we'll do an equation of, it'd be nice if it went fast, right? So if we do t minus 1 minus t what is that equation again? I always forget. This one. The cubed version of this. Okay. There we go. Yes, 1 minus t cubed. Yeah. Okay. So that should be a nice little animation that gives us like some instant feedback when we hover over the hover over the button. So we need an initial. So we're gonna right now I'm just gonna make it hover up once and just work once, just so I can then clear my head and start val. Start val is going to be this dot drawable dot size dot r, because we're growing the radius of our button. And we are just going to end val this dot drawable dot size dot r plus 10. The radius will just grow by 10. That's probably even going to be too big for what we're trying to do, but okay, so that's what we want. Then on tick is going to equal val. I've been following this format here that I've been this dot drawable dot size dot r is going to equal val. Okay. And then we'll set this destruct on elapsed to false. Okay. So in theory, we should have a little animation for when we hover over the button. Oh, there's a white bubble there. That's crazy. No, there's not, because I didn't tell it to hover. I didn't tell it to start hovering when we... I think it grew. It grew on its own. Okay, so we need to pause this animation immediately. Forgot how to work with animations. Pause. So we initialize it and pause it right away. And then on hover, cursor moved. Okay, so if I guess I need to do another little check in here. If this dot mouse over already is equal to, if it's already true, then we can this dot hover anim dot resume. All right, let's see what we got here. There we go. So when we hover over a button, we should see it grow 10 pixels radius there. Nice, it worked. Now we didn't set up anything to when you go away or when you unhover. Let me change. Okay, so this is kind of annoying that every time I want to go to this screen, we have to pop 5 bubbles first. So let's just make this one bubble. So now the game will play, just have 1 bubble to pop. No, actually that breaks. Let's see what happens if I make it 2. You can't set bubbles that low. So I'm doing something. Maybe if I do this, 1. I set the checkpoint interval to 1. That's got to be what it is. No. Marathon creator. All right, so we're breaking stuff. So let's just go. Oh, I think I know what it is. We'll do 3 and 3. It's because our nav meter bubbles are set to 3, and those can't be. We probably can't go below that. That's got to be what it is. Yeah. Okay. Wise Dolphin, great. Thanks. Yeah, so we've got some initial animation here that's working. Hover. And there we go. And then when you go away, it should unhover. It should shrink again, right? And I don't like, actually, I don't like the way that animation feels. Feels slow, or it feels kind of slow maybe, or maybe feels too much. Feels like it's growing too much. So let's go to button again. Let's just make this 5. So now it's just gonna grow, well, 10 pixels, 5 pixels on the radius. Yeah, that's nice. We'll see what we end up going with. I don't know. I'm being way too picky early on. I have no idea what it's gonna end up being. All right, so now we need to reset our animation. I think what I'm going to do is just keep this single hover anim. I'm going to keep this single hover animation object for both the hover expand and shrink. So like when your mouse goes off the button, it should shrink again. Yes, so let's, I think then in that case, all I need to do okay, so we mouse over. Yeah, I think doing it that way would be the best because it would be less managing animation objects and whatever. But then it would be a little more seamless because like if you interrupt the animation midway, I feel like it'd just be less code than writing 2 animation objects. Because one would be like hover big animate, hover on animation, hover off animation. That'd just be, who wants to deal with all that? So I just basically need to, because our animation's always animating from a start value and an end value. So just depending on what we, ooh, that reminds me then. We're going to need to store the radius. We're going to need to store the radius of the initial thing. Wise Dolphin 13, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, man. This is actually my first time watching and coding stream, and I think I'm going to do more of this. Oh, nice. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, coding, game dev, live streams are interesting. They're interesting for sure. I am by all means much lower on the skill board compared to yours, but that makes it more enjoyable. Oh, well, don't sell yourself short, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just typing and stuff happens. See you next time. Yeah, see you later, Wise Dolphin. I appreciate you hanging out, and thanks for the follow. All right, so oh yeah, that's not working. feels so bad when you hover over it, or you hover over it and it grows, and then you go away and it doesn't. Just doesn't feel like a button yet. So let's see. Okay, so I need to. What we actually need to do is set up the animation the first time here. Wait a minute. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do. I typed that wrong, but because this is going to throw a bunch of console logs here. Yeah, I do not. That's the opposite of what I want. I wanted this, but it didn't end up making a difference because, yes, that's what I wanted. So our animation will fire one time here, and then that'll be it. Okay. So basically, we've got when the cursor moves, and we check if we're colliding with the button, and if we are, and if we previously weren't, right? So this is the first time the mouse cursor moves onto the edge of that button, right? So the first time we just touch that first pick, you know, the first time we're close within that radius, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Hypotenuse, Pythagorean theorem equals MC squared. All of that stuff happens right when we hit that first pixel. And then it grows, right? But we don't want, what we're going to do is set up from that exact point in time that cursor hits that first little pixel that counts. We're going to set the hover animation up so that it will be ready to hover and expand, right? So we need to do this dot hover anim. We need to reset. We need to call reset. So that lets us, like if the animation had played out, because you have to think this one animation object is going to be expanding. It's going to be the one animation object, but it's going to be like playing many times depending on if you hover on the button or hover off, hover on, hover off, hover on, hover off, right? So the animation's got its own internal counter that keeps track of time, to keep track of how much the bubble needs, or you know, how much your value needs to change over time, whatever. So calling reset on an animation object just resets it over to 0. So it's like, okay, this animation's ready to just play over from the beginning again. So we reset it. It's probably going to be paused at that point, so we're going to resume it. Eef. Actually, this is going to be a little interesting. Let's just roll with this for right now. So we need to set our values again from the top. The equation is going to stay the same, but we are going to change our values to kind of be inverse of each other. I wonder if we could just do... I'm getting some ideas for how I could extend the animation library, because I could probably automate some of this stuff to just like automatically. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. Okay, so what I'm going to need to do is store, we're going to call the initial, we're going to have an initial radius, this dot initial r, we'll just call it that. Kind of messy for right now, but that's going to be params dot size dot r. That's the radius of our circle that's going to come in through the constructor for the bubble. So we'll call that initial r, and that's always going to be saved. So that's like just the radius of the circle of what it's supposed to be, right? And then when you hover over it, it's going to grow from there, and then when you hover out, it's going to shrink back to that initial size. Jesus Seat, noob here. Is the animation library your own? Yes, it is. Welcome to the chat, Jesus Seat. I appreciate you hanging out. Yes, the animation library is my own. It's tied into kind of my engine. I always say, when I say engine, I always say in quotes, because it's really not that. It's not that cool to be called an engine. But yes, the animation is something I pretty much kind of have full control over. But I haven't built all the features out exactly. I've been just kind of, as I'm building this game, I'm like adding features. Like the engine is kind of getting developed along with this game. So as I need a feature, you know, I add it. So sometimes I'm like wishing I had something, but I'm not quite to the point of like needing it, so I'm not going to add it. Whatever. So, yeah, we're saving our initial radius now. So we can, I mean, this drawable size.r and initial r here are synonymous, right, at this point in time. In fact, just to be kind of a little more proper, I should do this. And then, and I don't know how I want to figure the button sizing to be, the button expanding. That's kind of like, do I want it to be like expand to like a percentage? I probably will. I want it to grow like a certain percentage bigger. It's like if the button's huge, it'll grow that certain percentage bigger if you hover over it. If it's smaller, it'll just, you know, percentage-wise rather than like absolute pixel value-wise. But for right now, we're just doing pixel value until I make a decision on how I want to do it going forward. So now that we have this, we should be good. So if we go back to here, so when we hover onto the button, this is the case here where we're going to be hovering onto the button. Mouse is hovering over the button. So we set up the animation, we reset everything to expand out. So then the animation will play and it will expand out. So we'll do this dot. Now animations, do they pause when they end? Or I should say, do timers pause when they end? No, and that's something I need to add. All right. Let's see. This dot we just want to set the reset the values, right? Reset values. So we pass a start value, I think, a start, and then a stop value or an end value. So oh yeah, those pop up nicely there. Okay. So in this case, we don't actually want to reset from the initial R, because in the case that you like interrupt the animation in the middle, we want it to animate from whatever the current position of the bubble is, or the radius, whatever the current radius is. So we need to take this dot, we need to take the current position of our circle. So this dot drawable dot size dot R, that's going to be our current whatever, and then it's going to be the initial R plus 5 again. I know I'm hard. I don't need, that's kind of stupid. I shouldn't do that, but don't worry, we'll clean that up later. So that'll be our destination. Because it might be that like you hover on, hover off, hover on, hover off before like the animation finishes, and we always want to be animating from whatever the current animation is. Because otherwise, if we set this back to the initial radius, then it would the bubble would like instantly snap back down to that initial radius size, and that would look terrible. If what I said made any sense, I don't know. We'll call it good for right now. So so this part should be good. Now I need to find the case where we need to not animate anymore. So that would be when we mouse off here. So we want to do if. So this is if we fail to check hit, we don't have a hit check, our cursor's not inside the bubble, inside the circle. So then that would be if this mouse over, and we do the same exact shebang here, except we reset it, we now make it, now our target is the initial R, and and we're resetting from the current. Yes. Yeah, it'd be nice to clean up the animation API bit and everything, so I can kind of get rid of some of this stuff, because some of this is just a little redundant or dumb or whatever. Reset values, resume. Like I could kind of just simplify all of this. I just haven't exactly picked what I don't know. I kind of need to go revisit like all the places where I use animations and kind of figure out the behavior, like all this kind of like resetting behavior and everything, and kind of maybe simplify it all into one much nicer to use thing. Because every time I'm doing stuff with animations, I haven't been doing anything with animations before, then I'm always going back and going like, okay, wait, how do I do this? So yeah, side note there, whatever. So now, oh, that's not the right bubble there. So now, no, not gonna work, not yet. Oh, it'd be nice if I used the right variable there. JavaScript, I'm telling you. Gotta love it. There we go. Nice, I like it. What if, I think the text should expand too. I would like to expand the text as well. I feel like that's what the sound would be, you know, like when you kind of go in and out with it. I like it. The text has to do something, though. It just feels like the text not doing anything feels just like a little, I don't know, it feels disconnected. The text not moving with the button. And what is that? I need to move it off the, I need to move the X value of that over. So let's move it, let's just do 200X too. There we go. That's a little nicer. And it works with clicks and everything. So I need to have like some animation when we click it as well, right? Like not just be kind of this thing that doesn't really do anything. But let's try to get the text to expand too, because right now it just feels kind of not super attached to the button. Okay, so first things first, let's actually scale this stuff up by a percentage rather than a +5 pixel value, because then that way we can scale our text up by that percentage as well. So button. All right, so what, I'll keep the same size. So let's, what is the initial radius here? That's from here, the stats screen. The initial radius is 40. So 5 divided by 5 divided by 40 is 0.125, right? Oh, man. I don't know how I knew that. I know 1/8 is 0.125, and I was pretty sure that 5 times 8 was 40. I'm not that good at math normally. Don't worry. This was a fluke that I got this. All right. So, oh, wait a minute, though. It's going to be 45. So 45 over, never mind. 45, I did it wrong. Oh, yeah, it is 1.125. That would be 1.25 more. So we're going to go up 1.125. And I'm probably going to put that percentage thing in config file and whatever. But now, instead of plus, we're going to multiply by 1.125. And then wherever we do this +5, we're also going to just do this. And this is something that'll just get calculated and whatever and everything and kind of nice stuff once I kind of figure out exactly what I want to do with it. Right now, we're just kind of hard coding nasty variables and that sort of thing. But once we know what we want, then we can move those nasty variables into their correct positions. Rather than trying to think about all the lovely correct positions we want all our variables to be and live in, then we'd never get anything done. Because we'd be just building off of theoretical things. So, yeah, we're now using the multiplier now rather than the hard-coded pixel value, rather than the plus pixel value. And it works exactly the same. So that's good. Yes, that's awesome. So now, I don't even remember what we were going to, oh, we're going to scale the text up as well. So we're going to scale the text up by 1.125. Now this is going to be a little more annoying. Actually, a lot more annoying. Because you can't just scale the text up, because it would grow the button this way, or grow the text this way. Like it's easy scaling a button, because circles are oriented from at their center. So you just multiply the radius by your multiplier, and that's your new circle size, right? It just grows around the center. But with text, it's oriented at the top. Here we're orienting at the top corner here. So if we scale our text up, it's going to just grow out this way. It's going to get bigger, but out from origin 0, 0 here. So not only do we need to grow the text, but then we need to recalculate our position of our text within our button. So let's get to it, I guess. I'm sick of doing, that's like all I've been doing all day is like aligning this and that way here, slide this here, well, you know, half the screen, half the width, center everything here, centering. I've been doing a lot of centering today, centering text and this stuff. We centered all this stuff on the y-axis and squashed it in, all our statistics here. Doing this button stuff was kind of fun, but now that I have to center more text, I'm pulling my hair out. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. So to do that, well, okay. Here's where the thing gets annoying with the animation stuff. Yeah. Here's where stuff gets kind of annoying with the animation stuff, because like our hover anim is directly affecting the radius of the circle. So like the animation object is set up to directly change the circle radius. So it's calculating all the numbers directly for that circle radius. It would be nice to maybe expand our, because like our text is going to be following the same exact animation stuff, right? Except it's just going to be, it's going to be different number. It's going to have to update its position, its X and Y position too, based upon that radius change, or based upon the scale, the scaling of it. But I'm going to just do two separate animations. So we have hover anim, and then we're also going to have hover text anim. And this is maybe, now I'm getting to a point where maybe I will start doing, maybe I will start thinking about ways to make my animation object a little more, whoops, hover text anim. Maybe start thinking about some ways to make my animation API a little more, oh, we need to pause it here too. A little more user-friendly for myself. Okay. Now, all of this stuff's going to stay the same, except it's going to be yeah, this is going to be fun. Okay. Basically, the one thing I would like to do is maybe figure out a way to merge these two animations into one, but make it like, you know what? I probably could just do that right now. Indubitably 99. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Indubitably. I mean, I know I'm familiar with the word, but I've always had a hard time saying it. First pronunciation was definitely it. Nice. Indubitably. Indubitably 99. That is the reason I love that word. So many people struggle pronouncing it. I feel like when I said it, indubitably. 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 Yeah. That looks good. That looks good, Retro. Yeah, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Indubitably. I think there should be like an extra syllable in there than there is. Indubitably. But I feel like there should be like an extra little indubitably kind of thing. Indubitably. Also, I'll be here a lot. I just started learning JavaScript yesterday, and I figured it would be wise to find someone I can watch while I learn. All right, nice. Well, I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to JavaScript, so no, I'm just kidding. I've been using it for a while, but you might not want to take any habits from me. The pressure is on. Yeah, right, Retro. Retro MMO in the chat there. He's using TypeScript, so you could probably follow him and learn some, maybe pick up some better habits from him. But no, indubitably ask questions and stuff if you see something that looks crazy or weird, because I know there's, sometimes there's a lot of things with JavaScript I still go like, I see something and I see someone else's code and I'm like, what is that even there? What are they doing? But there's like something you can omit or move stuff around, whatever. Retro, a lot of my practices are not standard. Yeah, neither are mine, so I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of standards that, I don't know, they don't really matter. There's a lot of things that. TL Sung, how long have you been working with JS? I don't know, 6 years. Maybe slightly more seriously, probably like 4 years. And kind of more like doing it for work was a little more like, I should say seriously for work, it's been like 2 to 3 years. Indubitably, as long as you achieve what you're aiming for, who cares how it's done? Yeah. Yeah, you just have to understand when you are learning and not to take everything someone shows you is 100% the right way to do something. Yeah, that's a good point. And TS Long, any tips for new JS coders? I have no idea when I should be applying for jobs. I'm not really super good person to ask for that, because I'm working on game and whatever, and that's a little separate. It's maybe a little less standard than what you would see, with working JavaScript, like front end. If you're talking like front end web development JavaScript, I mean, well, front end or back end, that's kind of, I mean, while it's the same as what I'm doing, like a lot of the practices and standards and like libraries and stuff that, frameworks and all that stuff that's kind of like standard that you should be looking for with jobs, bigger companies, whatever, might be looking for with jobs. Like I'm a little detached from that. Yeah, I wish I could help you more with that. I don't know. Maybe Retro's got some better ways to say that. Not a JS tip necessarily, but you should make a GitHub and showcase your projects there. Yeah, I agree with that. That's something I actually need to do more. I actually use Bitbucket for a lot of stuff privately. Actually, I started using Bitbucket from work for the free Teams aspect of it. But I am trying to do more GitHub stuff. Public. TS Long, I was thinking about putting on a website that I created or still go with GitHub. I mean, GitHub makes sense to have, I would say, like any of your code you throw up on GitHub, you know, like, because anybody who's programming usually is familiar with it or knows about it. I mean, Git is pretty, you know, synonymous, whatever. And, you know, your website, you know, if you decide to not go with your website at some point or whatever, it's just always on GitHub, right? It's just always attached to your name. Regardless of where you're releasing your project, if it is something you want to be open source, I say put the code on GitHub. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if it's something you don't care too much about somebody stealing or whatever, then what I'm working on now, I think will eventually be public on GitHub. I'll probably end up putting kind of the separate engine code on GitHub versus the game. It's the full game itself, like with all this specific gameplay code. Because this is actually turning into an engine that I could really reuse and use for other different things. So speaking of dumb things, indubitably a tip, a little bit, not just a JavaScript tip, but just like you say you're learning JavaScript. I don't know what other programming languages or anything you are learning, but something I'm trying to practice more in programming life everywhere is like more data-oriented design rather than more object-oriented design. And not to go into what the differences are between those, but one kind of thing with data-oriented design is more like go for just achieve what you're trying to get, and then worry less about correctly sorting out everything where it needs to go. Like for what I'm doing right now is I'm creating this button. I'm creating the behavior of a button here, a circle and text and hovering and mouse cursor interactions and clicking and all that. And I'm more so just kind of shooting towards the goal of getting it done, and not so much trying to like predict in the future everything that I'm not explaining it very well. Ava331 or Eva3311. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey there. But yeah, what I was saying indubitably is, you know, if you're trying to achieve something, like just take that short path to get there. Like don't think in ahead like, oh, well, I should probably create some class for this or class or object for this and abstract this and do this to get what I want. Like just go that straight line to what you're trying to achieve. Like I'm just trying to draw a button on screen. So just do whatever it takes to get to where that button needs to be on screen, and then worry about, you know, fanning out later. That really helps me not get depressed and like just burnt out. Because like if I were to spend all day like thinking about like the theoretical stuff, like I need to future proof this or make this better for myself in the future, then, you know, I'd drive myself crazy. You know, I would still be working on trying to draw the circle of this button or something, rather than having, you know, a button that clicks right now and animates and has some text and whatever. If that makes sense. At the same time, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. You don't want to paint yourself into a corner. Look at all those phrases I'm throwing out here. You don't want to paint yourself into a corner that you can't get out of to like go, you know, you want to stay flexible. So it's kind of a tough balance between just getting the thing done, like just programming from point A to point B, straight line, versus like keeping it flexible for yourself in the future. That's kind of a tough, I don't know. And that's an experience thing too. I'm going back to TS Lung's comment here. Is that something companies look for? Standard resume papers fine, or should I put my resume within my website and link them? Retro MMO. Pretty much every employer will ask for a resume, GitHub link, LinkedIn. Like, yeah, I agree with Retro. Probably. I've never really applied to like a company specifically for programming stuff. But what I do now is kind of more generic. for work and development kind of stuff. Eva331, what's up? Not a whole lot, just working on my game here, trying to get some buttons. Right now I'm using like HTML buttons just generically as placeholders, and I'm trying to actually create my own buttons that I can have just built right into my game here. So these HTML buttons are just going right on top of our web page, of our canvas element here. JavaScript, heart. Yeah, maybe. JavaScript's nice, but I don't like it. I got somewhat good with it, and now I'm using it, but I'm trying to do other things too now that aren't JavaScript. But right now I'm doing all JavaScript. Right, what I'm working on right now, it's all JavaScript. Indubitably 99. Whether it's from point A to point B and being flexible depends on the goal being aimed for. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like I said, it's that balance of like, you got to make sure you don't want to, you know, is going from point A to point B going to screw you over in the future? Then maybe you want to, you know, point A to point C, then to point B or something. And that's something I wish when I was like starting out, just programming in general, not JavaScript. I wish I would have maybe thought more about or something, or been more aware of. Yeah, so speaking of point A to point B, I am just going as fast to point B right now as I can with creating a whole new separate animation object for my text. Because right now, this bubble, the bubble itself, the size expands, but our text, the text needs to grow too with it. Otherwise, it just feels like the text of the button is like detached from the button. It just doesn't feel like one whole synonymous object here. So let's go. Indubitably 99. Did you learn HTML and CSS first, or did you just dive into JavaScript? Yeah, see, this is where I'm kind of a fraud. I'm honestly like not really much of a front-end web developer at all. So like my HTML, don't say that. Well, no, seriously, like I CSS, and I know enough CSS to like do stuff, but in terms of like doing something really efficiently or well, I really am not very good with that at all. Like at work, so this is why I kind of say I was like a fraud. Like at work, I just kind of started doing like some back end kind of web development, and another guy I work with does more of the front end kind of stuff. And I can do enough to get by with front end. But what I'm doing here is basically no like HTML or CSS front end. This is all just HTML canvas stuff that I'm all just manipulating through my own JavaScript code here. TS Long, what language do you use in the back end? Right now I'm using Node JavaScript, Node.js. And this game's actually competitive one-on-one, so I'm not working on any of the back end stuff right now. But yes, the back end is Node.js, so JavaScript as well. So now we've created our new hover text animation object here. So that's going to be, now I'm going to need to do also, we're going to do this dot initial font size, which is going to be params dot, oh, no, that doesn't come in through params right now. this dot text dot font dot size. So that's going to be our initial font size. I'm just saying initial font S because I'm probably going to tweak it. Well, we'll write it out fully there. Initial font size. So our start value for this animation is going to be this dot initial font size. And our end val is going to be whatever the font size is, but scaled up 12.5% here. Because our button grows 12.5%. We want our text to grow 12.5%. So the initial stuff there should be good. Now, we also basically need to duplicate all of this stuff, but for the new, not triplicate, just duplicate. So this dot hover, what did I call that? Hover text anim. Indubitably 1v1 me, bro. I don't have this up publicly yet. Otherwise, yeah, I would 1v1 you right now. For sure. I'm working towards that. TS Long, so I've never had a job as a web dev yet because I'm student still. How does your daily work schedule look like? Are you expected to finish a project in a day, or IDK, what is expected to be completed in the time span of a day? Well, okay, so I'm kind of a special case. And if Retro MMO is around, he could probably, he's a little more of a full-time dev, so he could probably speak a little more to like what it's like for him. Because what I do for my job is I work for like kind of a medium, small, mid-sized company that's a manufacturer. And it's just me and another guy, and we do basically all the IT stuff. That's IT support, IT blah, blah, blah. We do development. So we do a lot of like building new tools and little applications and stuff for the employees to kind of just automate business stuff. So, I mean, some of my projects might be like setting up, I don't know. I mean, I don't do just dev 100% all day, every day. So it's hard for me to say what that's like. And my deadline kind of stuff, project kind of stuff, very flexible. Ouch, are they paying you good? Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it's a solid job for sure. Yeah. And you know, money and whatever. Yeah. It's a good situation. But yeah, it's not full-time dev stuff, but I actually originally have an IT like background. So like IT administration background. And I kind of got more into kind of learned programming, arcing throughout that. Sorry if it's a sensitive topic, you don't have to answer that. Nice. Well, yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about that kind of stuff, money stuff. I know IT and web dev is separate, so I was hoping they paid you more than you should have been. Haha, you're doing two different jobs at once. Yeah, I mean, well, you're right. I mean, it's, like I said, it's, you know, it's a small, medium-sized company, so like, you know, there might be a whole week where I don't really do any IT support kind of stuff, just because, you know, nobody really has any issues. And especially now with, you know, people working from home and everything, stuff's kind of changed with quarantine, pandemic stuff. So it's kind of like some of the IT admin stuff I've had to do is even less. Or I should say IT support stuff, not IT admin. All right, so I just copied and pasted the hover animation stuff down. So now we need to apply this to our text. So it's going to be this dot text. Oop. text.font.size. Yes. And then, so whatever the current font size is this will be the initial font size times, yep, okay. So this is when we hover on to the mouse, we hover onto the button. The mouse moves over the button. We're scaling everything. We're going to start animating from whatever the current position is, the current radius, the current size. We're going to start animating up to that 12.5%, or I should say 112.5%, the size of those initial values. So that's good. And we need to fix the down part. So then that would just be, we just copy this whole line here and take off that scale thing. Okay, see how that looks. All right, so all right, so I screwed some stuff up here. Big time. Oh, I need to set the on tick. So that would be this dot text dot font dot. Let me just check what I do. Set size. Font dot set size, and that's just, we're gonna pass that value in. There we go. So our text expands. It looks a little wonky just because text looks a little wobbly. You know, maybe it doesn't show up that well on stream like that, but if this was just a lot bigger initially, like what is our initial font size? I mean, it feels pretty good, but it's like, maybe let's make this, instead of, what's half of 12.5? Instead of, well, let's do this. Instead of 1.25, let's just do 1.1. How about that? Slightly smaller. It's not, it's slightly smaller, but not that much smaller. All right, let's make it a lot bigger. So let's make the relative sizes are good. So what is our font size right now? Our initial font size is 20, and I believe our radius of our circle here is 40. So we've got a font size of 20, radius of circle is 40. So let's make this like 100. Radius of our circle will be 100. And then, whoops. Then the font size would be 50. Just see if that text scaling. Oh, I forgot. We are not. Oh, there's like some weird wobbling going on there or something. Oh, and I forgot. We're not updating. We didn't update the. If you can tell, like our text kind of comes off to the down to the right a little bit there, because we're not recentering the text. I forgot about that part. Exactly, indubitably. You just mentioned it. So it's still wobbly just because like scaling text up looks bad, but you're exactly right. Indubitably, I forgot to recenter it. because right now it almost has like this 3D kind of look to it. Like it almost feels like it's like a sphere coming out, like a half sphere coming at you, and like the text is like, I don't know. It's just my eyes playing tricks on me, but it does feel a little like that. Like we've got some perspective or something going on, which is interesting. Yes, so we need to recenter the text. And I was talking before about how I was putting off doing that. So our new, yes. So where is, okay, so our on tick needs to be a little more fancy than what we have right now. So our on tick function here is what updates every time the animation ticks through time, right? Is updating over time. And the value that comes in through this function is our new font size. So what we need to do is set the new font size and then update the position based upon whatever that new font size is, which we can pretty much just run whatever code we run right here over again. Actually, that's pretty much exactly all we need to do, because this is what sets up the text initially, and there's no reason why we don't just run that same exact code again. Let me just make sure. I'll just to be a little better here, I will say, oh, and actually I won't set the position to a whole new object. I will do this dot text dot pose x, and we'll do minus equals that new text size. Okay, what's going on here? Oh, these. Oh, no. Getting all confused here. There we go. So this will be another minus equals, pose y, minus equals. Okay. So let's play. We win. All right. No, that was dumb. No. We can't do that. That would be way too simple. All right, so it needs to be, actually, it is going to be this exact same. This dot pose dot x is going to equal, we'll just use this dot, what is that called? Drawable dot pose dot x minus, because the position of that doesn't change. Okay. Yes, so now we're kind of offsetting ourselves from the center. There we go, nice and centered there now. The text still wobbles a little bit, but I don't know if there's really anything I can do about that short of like, yeah, because there's something about, like, if we were to, like, let's slow this animation way down. Let's make it, well, we'll just make it 1 second. I think we'll see kind of the text snapping. It's like when I hover, the text just kind of like pops and snaps, and that's just like a rendering thing that like I just don't really have control over. There's even like some like shimmering, flickering kind of going on there a little bit. short of like me rendering the text to like an image and then scaling that image to like a bitmap and then scaling the bitmap up, which I've thought about doing for some things. I don't currently do that for anything, but I've thought about doing that for some things just because drawing shapes and stuff on the fly is sometimes a little CPU heavy. Yeah. Well, it looks a lot worse when it goes slower. Because if we have the animation kind of go fast, like you don't even see it so much, I guess. What if we just make it 1.05? Just make, whoa. Just make it grow like even less. Is that growing any less? Let's make it a lot less. Oh, no, it's not. All right, let's just try this 5%. So it's just going to grow. The bubble will just grow 5% rather than. Yeah. I forgot. Part of I need to update those values in a configuration file or whatever. Yeah, that looks a little better. And it feels a little better. Like it grows, it doesn't grow so much. The text still kind of does weird things. Indubitably, it looks like it's dropping into the center when animated or when it animates. You're talking about right now, or is that a comment from before? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see when the text was kind of sliding off to the side or whatever. Let's make this, let's actually make this text what I'm going to actually have it be. It'll just be like retry. Ugh, I don't like Arial. We're going to have to change fonts and stuff at some point. Is there another way to do text? Yeah, because what's happening is like that little point by the E is like a spot where you really notice it. Like the little gap or the tail of the Y. Like when the animation right when it finishes, the tail of the Y just all of a sudden snaps like slightly bigger. And I guess that's just retry is even more janky. Yeah, I agree. Like it just and the E, right. Yeah, that was what I was thinking, like that spot of the E. And it's, I mean, I know because what's happening is these fonts aren't scaling like 1-to-1 perfectly as they grow. Like certain things change, certain aspects of them change. And I don't really know much of anything about font files and how they all work. But I think it actually has something to do with the font rather than the renderer just having issues. Actually, it could be the renderer too. Yeah, I wonder how crazy, because it bothers me so much. This stupid little thing bothers me so much that it's like it feels bad. Now I could see like, actually I could see like this kind of being stylistically cool. Like, but it would have to be more exaggerated, like each letter kind of like popping out to like different sizes as it grows. Like that would be kind of cool. Because it's giving me these kind of like stop motion animation vibes right now. And Arial just looks terrible. The word retry written in Arial font looks terrible. It looks better lowercase, actually. I might do like all lowercase stuff in this game. Like all the text and everything being lowercase. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, because what I might actually do... Oh. Oh, no. Now what I'm thinking of maybe doing, and I'm probably not going to worry about it right now. If you grow each letter as a string, would it change? Yes, you could make each letter grow individually, but I think you would still end up with the same thing, indubitably. Oh, okay, wait. Let me reread these comments here. So Jesus Seat, you said, if you grow each letter as a string, would it change? No, I think we'd still have the same problems. Because it's like a font size thing. Like for whatever reason, when it goes up to a certain font size, like the renderer or whatever, like the font file itself, where it's giving the information on how big the letters should be, there's like something that just changes a little bit, you know, like tweaks whatever a little bit. And I don't know, like, fonts might differ, like certain element in the SVG, you know, parts of the font file, you know, of a font file, whatever. They might be from one size to another, they might actually have some different things. Like, I don't know if you've noticed that before. Like, if you scale certain fonts up, they kind of look different at certain sizes. I could be a little wrong on that. I could be a little off on that. But, and indubitably, you could make each letter grow individually. What I'd have to do for that is I'd have to do individual letters. I'd have to draw the letters individually to the screen, and I'd have to position them all independently on the screen. Because right now I'm just positioning this one whole word, basically, right? Based upon its position being based off of this corner, this top left corner here. That sounds way too tedious. Exactly. Yeah. You'd have to do a bunch of stuff. And I don't think, and that wouldn't make any difference. You'd still have the same issues. Jesus Seat, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. So, what I'm actually thinking of potentially doing, not right now, but it's maybe at some point, and maybe my first initial release of this, it'll just be like this. Or maybe I won't even do the growing. Maybe I'll just do like a color change, just so I don't have to, because it bothers me so much. Doesn't the background color play a role in what we're seeing when it animates? It could, but for this, I don't think it would make too much of a difference. I guess you're talking about the button color itself, right? Like if I just change the button color to be color equal color new color. Okay. Let's make the button color just green or something. Or let's make it really bright. So not quite full. Well, it can't be white because the text is white for right now, but let's just make it like cyan. So like a pretty bright color. Yeah, I mean, like, it's still just as noticeable, right? Like it doesn't make a difference. I mean, I feel like in general, looking at this, I feel like my eyes are burning out, like getting burned out of their sockets for some reason. It's just hard to look at this white text on a white background with this like bubble that's like really white. So let's just make it like solid blue, what is the blue I'm using here? I believe I'm doing, because I think I'm going to use that blue anyway. So let's just, the blue I'm using for those elements there is, once again, something that's hard coded that I have to go back. Stat, there we go. Green at 100, B at 250. Yeah, I like that. Arial lowercase actually looks kind of cool. The uppercase just look nasty. Yeah, so then we'd have like a nice like retry button here and a nice quit button, maybe in like a red, not like a full on 255.00 red, but a little muted, kind of like this. Like this is a more muted blue than just full on 100%. 255 blue with nothing else. It's got a little, just got some green in it, so it's quite a bit brighter. Yeah, so what I think might be a more better solution would be to actually, for the text, would be to see if I can render it to an image, a bitmap, like a big, like do a high font size, render it up to a high bitmap, and then scale that down, and then just scale that image. And that'll use, rather than like scaling a font and rendering it, it'll just be scaling a bitmap and rendering it and doing, you know, texture filtering and whatever to make sure that it scales somewhat nicely. I might try something like that. That's a little extreme just to solve a problem like this. But we'll see. We'll see what we end up going with. Okay. But I kind of like this style. I kind of like the lowercase Arial actually with like this button. Like that just looks kind of nice. And if you had a quit button next to it too. They'd probably be different sizes. All right, anyway, I should probably indubitably, it does look more uniform. Yeah, the lowercase, I guess you're talking about. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it kind of looks nice. For right now. We might change it. We'll see. I should change all these to like lowercase to see what we... just to kind of keep the theme going. All right, well, now that we have a bubble, and in fact, we could make this, like, so if we go into stat screen here, or our button, sorry, I'm saying bubble now, because these are called bubbles. These are bubbles. The circles here are bubbles. That's what they're called. And now I'm calling the button a bubble, even though it shouldn't be. So let's, I mean, all in all, I'm pretty happy with this. Aside from the little text flickering, we'll come up with a better solution for that down the road. Don't need to worry about it right now. So I'd like to try, well, we got retry. Let's see if we can just add a quit button. So this button, we're going to just change this, find button, and we're going to find this dot button. We're going to replace with this dot retry button. And then let's create another button that will be quit button. This is probably going to look kind of orangey. This much green. We'll see. We'll see how much. We'll see what this looks like here. All right, so this will be the quit button. For right now, we'll just make the sizes the same. The X, let's just move it over 300 pixels or something right now, just to get something on the screen. And we'll do that, minus equals 1. Oh, we're not initializing or anything yet. Okay, so we did the color, we did the size, blah, blah, blah. We did the quit, okay. So we need to, this dot quit button dot init. And we have this dot quit button dot destruct. That wasn't enough. We got 2 buttons, and that's way too orange. Actually, the orange isn't bad. I was going to make it red, because red is like quit. Quit. Red is bad. Maybe if we make that like 50. It should still be bright. We'll just tone the green down a bit. See what that looks like. Oh, and our positions were way not right. Yeah, because our, yeah, this needs to be like 500. Or we'll do 450. That'd be like a little bit of separation between the two, I think. Retry, quit, retry, quit. I like it. Not bad. And then right now, just for kicks, I have them incrementing this bubble popped counter for no good reason. Or incrementing or decrementing. So we quit, it goes down. We click retry, it goes up. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Is it unable to differentiate from the game bubbles and menu bubbles? Oh, you're kind of commenting on what I kept saying about I called these bubbles and they were not bubbles. If that's what you're saying, maybe. What I meant, I'll assume that's what you were referring to. So the game, this is the game, right? Like I know you just, when you mouse over retry, the bubbles popped in. Oh, okay. That was just me testing the button functionality. So I just had it change something I had access to, which was this number here. So our stat screen object here that keeps track of these numbers that's going to keep track of the stats that show post game, and then it's going to fire up these buttons. I just had it doing that to just make sure that my button click functionality and everything was working. Yeah, that's completely has nothing to, yeah, that just to test that the buttons clicked and then that I could change something with them. But yeah, that doesn't make any sense to have for the game. This is a stat number that would just get up, that's it doesn't change. That's whatever you ended the game with, those are your stats, and then none of these numbers will ever update or change. But what we can do, so quit would take us back to the main menu, which we technically already are on the main menu. So I need to kind of come up with a new main menu. Or at least a new thing with the buttons. Another thing too is these buttons, the main menu actually never goes away. It just hides these. And I currently don't have a way to hide. Currently don't have a way to hide a entity here. Other than just setting, I guess just setting the alpha to 0. No, I don't like that. Because you could still click it. Well, that's not too much of what I'm worried about right now. I'd like to, at this point, just get the whole stat screen looking good. Like, let's just get these centered. So let's get this. Get this moved up and get these bubbles kind of centered up on screen. Because right now all our stats are centering nicely on screen and they are sizing appropriately. So like if I scale, I don't have scaling working dynamically. So if you change the browser window, none of this updates yet. I got to work on that. But now if we refresh, like all of this scales up and our stats and everything scale nicely. Our buttons were, we hard coded those with just pixel values. So those stay the same. But it would be nice to have like Indubitably, how often do you stream? I try to stream Mondays and Tuesdays. I shouldn't say I try. I've been streaming Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. currently, 10 a.m. usually Central Daylight Time to, I don't know, I usually stream 5 or 6 hours maybe. We've been going for 4.5 now, and I didn't take a lunch break. I'm getting kind of hungry. I might need to grab a snack or something here. Yeah, Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Time usually is when I get started. And I usually go, 5 or 6 hours or so. Indubitably. Okay, sweet. Works for me. I'm Central as well. Nice. The lady and I gotta go run a mission, so I'll be back. No worries. No worries. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and appreciate the follow and everything. Yeah, and I might just take a short break myself right now because I need to kind of clear my head. Because I got to do more now. We have to like center these buttons up on screen and move this thing up and center some stuff. And my head is all out of centering things on the screen capability. So probably take just a tiny lunch break here. Just a tiny snack. Whatever. And we'll be back in a little bit. So don't go anywhere unless you want to. Then that's fine. All right, I'm back. Just had a quick little snack, some cucumber, chips, and peanuts, and some water. Whew. Not really a proper lunch break, but I wanted to get back into it. So, plus it's 2:30 p.m. for me here too, so it's a little late for lunch. The way we're setting up buttons here for our stats screen is fine. Because I'm a little used to like everything being set up in our marathon creator method or static method here. I'm used to anytime initializing item objects and stuff, just doing that all in here. But since this stats screen is like a whole separate component, because it comes after the game is over, so after our marathon just goes away. I'm just kind of getting used to how I'm going to manage things. But I guess the first step will be figuring out what size of the bubble do we like, or what size, sorry, not bubble. What size of the button do we like relative to the size of the text? That's going to be our first question to ask. And I'm thinking like this current size right here is not bad. Let's just scale it in and see what happens, because these are fixed sizes. I kind of like that size. So like imagine these two down here probably, and then this like slid up a little bit, so then together like these components here just kind of center nicely in the screen, right? In the center of the screen. I don't, maybe they're too big. Maybe these buttons are too big here. I don't know. I got the space. There's all this white space. Why not? So the question I'm trying to answer is like, relatively speaking, so the size, like right now, the stats here scale with the size of the screen. The buttons don't yet. These are just hard-coded values. But I'm just trying to figure out relatively so, do I like the size of the button with the size of the text and everything? And I think this size here fits well here. So when we scale our screen up, the buttons will grow, the text inside the buttons will grow, this text will grow, everything grows. Everything grows, everyone's happy. Sorry, I'm like burping now from eating lunch fast. So I think this size is good. So let's move. Well, I guess first I need to put the radius of these bubbles in the config, or the radius relative to the size of the screen. Yeah, okay, so we need like the ratio. I guess we'll just copy what we've done for these elements here already. So in config, we have our new stat screen object. We've got canvas width ratio, stat title, font ratio, blah, 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 blah. So we'll say quit. I'm going to do these individually. Oh, I don't know what it is yet. I'm going to do these separately because I was thinking of maybe making the retry button bigger than the quit button. That might sound a little weird. But we'll see. Because I kind of like the off center. Like that's what I'm thinking for the main menu actually. Like having, because we've got right now the menu here, the current main menu has play, practice, and marathon practice. Marathon is just the name of the new game mode I've been working on, but it's going to be replacing the old game mode. So then it'll go back to just being 2 buttons. It'll be play, which means kind of 1-on-1, 1v1, and practice, which just means kind of what I'm doing right now, just practicing against myself, kind of no opponent. So I like the idea of like even these same colors, maybe like having play be like a bigger on the main menu, like the buttons being kind of centered in the screen, like the play button being kind of like big right here. And then the other button would be kind of smaller and say practice, right? So it'd be just kind of like these 2 buttons. And then you just, you know, there's so much white space in the screen because I just don't have a ton of information to show. So it's like, might as well just have these big giant circle buttons be the things that you click to play, right? So I kind of like that offset kind of look to it. So we'll see. We'll see what we end up going with, but I'm going to separate these relative sizes individually. So in case I do want to change them, it'll be easy to. Okay, so we need radius ratio, retry button radius ratio, and I'm just going to go off of the height of the screen like I've been doing with these other things. So, oh. Wait a minute. Ooh, these should go away. Right? Because that's the old unexpected token. I must have, in here in the config. Oh. What? Oh, I guess we just set these initially to 0. Just initially set everything to 0 here. All right, sorry, I'm just cleaning up some mess that I had before, that I left from before, that I forgot to kind of take care of. Okay, everything's good now. All right, so those just initialized to 0, 0. I don't know why it was throwing an error when I just omitted the whole pose object, but I don't even care to look into it right now. Okay, so I want to figure out what we are doing. Okay, so these ratios here are the font sizes relative to the height of the screen. So I want to do the same thing, except it will be the radius of the buttons relative to the height of the screen. Oh, we'll do the height of the screen as well. Still. That's also something that I might be changing. I don't know exactly, but So basically, we just need to take the current size of the screen, which I don't know what that is. I have to print that in the console. And our current, what are our current button radii here? 100 pixels. Okay. So basically, to calculate this little ratio value that we want to store in our configuration, because basically I like the way this visually, the sizes of these all look relative to each other, right? But these bubbles are hard-coded pixel values right now, 100 pixel radius. So what I need to do is divide that 100 pixel radius by the height of our screen. And then whatever that percentage value, whatever that fractional value that comes out there, that's going to be our ratio that we're going to use to scale these buttons to whatever the size of the screen is, right? So at runtime, we then set the button positions to being whatever they are relative to the screen size, right? Hope that makes sense. So I like this size, this current size. So what I need to do is just take this number 100, divide it by whatever the height of the screen is. So I need to find out what the height of the screen is. And I mean, I need to actually calculate this value with a calculator and then type that in here. That's what I did with all these. That's why there's all these just random weird numbers, because I liked the size of this relative to this. So I calculated that and then put that in here so that those relative sizes will stay. So retry button R ratio. We got 100. Now we need to print our canvas height on screen. So let's just CLG canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay. So this will just print in our console here once we go to the stat screen. So 838. So I'm doing 100 over 838 divided by 838. And that is, yeah, we'll do 0.119. I like it. So our ratio here will be 0.119. And it's going to be the same for this 0.119. Cool. So then in our stats screen, where we are setting these hard radius values here for our buttons, we actually need to do config.stats screen dot retry button width ratio times our canvas height here. And the same thing for this quit button, except I'm going to change this to the quit button ratio. Because once again, I might make those. Right now, they're the same value, but they might be different in the future. So now, pop a few bubbles here. These bubbles should now be scaling their sizes properly. Not on window scale yet. That's coming in the future. But now, and they're going to be overlapping, which is going to be weird, but there we go. So the sizes of those bubbles are relatively changing, and that's great. The text is not updating yet. I need to do that because the text is also, and I should change, instead of R ratio, button retry, but we'll say size. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if these variable names here are exactly what I want. I just did these quickly to came up with these quickly. just to kind of get this into wait a minute. No, I do want the R ratio. Okay. We need the R ratio. And we need a font ratio as well. So we need to do retry button font ratio. Fat fingering. Okay. So that's just a matter of taking our font size, which we are doing. Oh, I think I just have that hard coded right now in the button itself. Yes, so 50 pixels. Oh, so it would just be, what? Oh, that's old. It would just be half of this, because this is based on 100 pixels at that current screen size. So now we need to just do half of 119. So we'll just do .119 divided by 2.056, I guess. We'll round up. Oh, 0.056. And same for this one. Once again, I'm doing them two separate for retry and quit because I might change the sizes of them in the future, and therefore, and then I will just like play with these multipliers a little bit for to see how much I want to scale the button sizes relative to each other. Okay, so now the fonts should, oh no, we're not using that yet. So in the button, okay, the font should come in through params.font. This is all kind of just piecemeal handling here. Let me do, we'll say this comes in through params.font size. And this, so this is just a generic button class. Yeah. This is just a generic button class. I don't want to put any logic from the stats screen itself because these buttons are going to get moved to they're going to be the main menu things and whatever. So I can't make them, I can't put like stat screen logic into the buttons. I mean, I could, but I don't, obviously I need to reuse the button class for other things. Okay, so where we're passing, this is kind of like the new button is just kind of taking a whole menagerie of weird parameters. So it's taking all the button properties at sort of this object level. These are the button size, position size, whatever. And the text for the font is a separate one. Then on click, like it's just taking a whole mishmash of properties, which is fine because it won't be it's not too confusing to figure out what I want. Lame P. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thanks. How are you? Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Lamepy or lame pie? Lame pie. Small raid. Did the raid not register? I don't see a raid. Did you raid me? Lempy. Okay, I got you. Lempy. The AE thing. Yeah, I never know what to do with AE. I did just raid you. Well, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't see any in my feed here. The other day, somebody rated me, and they said it was like a, well, they said it was like a host raid or something, and I didn't see it in my feed. But, oh wait, sorry, you said Lempi. Sure Shack, how are you doing? Its raid may be bot broken. Let me see if I see it on Twitch, actually. I see it. Rated me with a party of 3. Thanks, Lempi. Yeah, the other day somebody rated me, and I didn't see it, and they said it was because it was when I asked them, or they came in the chat later, and I didn't. I didn't see it, and it said something about it was like a hosting raid, like it was hosting raid something, and not like a normal raid. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. But thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Lempi, I'm going to go now. Lempi. That's got to be it. I'm going to go now. I have a headache. Have a fun stream. Sorry about your headache. Those suck. I get them from time to time myself, but hope you get over that headache. Okay, now we have no text on our buttons here. Sure Shack 55. He's doing Rust. Nice. Rust, the language I assume you're talking about. Cool. Yes, I'm doing a game in JavaScript right now. What? Why did our text disappear? Well, okay, so I forget what I was going to add here. For our button, we need to also pass in the font size. So let's just send in a new property called font size. So that will be this ratio that we pull out here. Font ratio, I called it, right? Yes, and it shows number there. Okay, so that's got to be it. Font size, config.satisfactory, retry button font ratio, and we're going to pull the time, multiply that by the height of our screen, and that should do it for us. I'll just throw a comment here for future proofing. Retry button font ratio. Okay, so let's dump that down here. This would be quit button font ratio. There we go. Nice. I guess. Oh, yeah, that's why the fonts disappeared. Okay, or the text disappeared. Because now we are pulling in params.text and params.font size. Okay. Yes. Okay. And so those should be scaling now off the screen size. Once again, I don't have the real-time screen scaling happening, but we should see the bubbles. We should see everything grow here now. Well, these will stay fixed to their positions. I still haven't fixed the positions yet to move based upon the screen, whatever. But we should see that the bubble size, or the button size grows and the text size grows as well. So we go in here, play, pop some stuff. There we go. Text scales and everything. And it still looks, yes, it looks terrible when the animation plays on here, but I'll come up with something better. Just go easy on me, okay? Yes, it bugs the crap out of me. Indubitably, I've returned, and I see you've made some changes. Well, welcome back. Thanks. Yeah, I just have some stuff. Well, I don't know if you had if the quit button was there before you had left, but I got a quit button now, and I've got the sizes of the buttons scaling nicely and everything, and then they're all proportioned based upon our statistics here, our gameplay stats. So we're looking pretty good. Now I'm ready to actually start moving the positions of these relative to our text that we have here, our stats. So I'm thinking I'd like to just center, kind of have this section moved up here a little bit. And then these buttons kind of be, down below it. And I might do well, yeah. I'm dreading doing that because I've been doing so many screen centering things today, and it's driving me crazy. All right. So this is looking good for right now. Let's get these things moving here. Oh, man. Okay. So trying to think of where I need to start. I guess we need to create now, because we have this stats width. Oh no, we have a width. So we're referring to that width. This is our stats screen object. So we have the width of our stats screen object is representative of this space here, right? And then these things just get placed proportionately in the width inside of that width space. So now we need to also do a height thing too. We need to generate some sort of height for that. So that, and then the Y values of everything will get centered based upon that. So what we're going to need to figure out what our height will be is we're going to be factoring in the height of this whole section, right? Plus some white space between this section and the bubbles. Or buttons, sorry, not bubbles. So we're going to take the height of this plus some white space, so that'll also be another little percentage variable we need to come up with. And then place, and then whatever basically the diameter of these bubbles, right, would be the height of our full stats section. Because then from there, we can then center things within that and calculate all the positions and everything, right? So we need to come up with a little white space variable. And I'm just going to make something up. So actually, I'm just going to copy. I'm going to do 2 times whatever this white space variable is right now. So that, in other words, we've got like a certain amount of white space between this text and this text, right? And then I'm just going to do 2 times this white space, and then the bubbles will come after that, right? So that's where we have this stat white space ratio. Ugh, these variable names are just terrible. So this will be stat button white space ratio. And then we're just going to do 2x what we have here. So what? 0.122 there. I think I can do math correctly sometimes. Okay. So now our height the width is simple because it's just one ratio thing. The height will be a little different. It is going to be all right, let's step through this logically. Come on, Jared. We got this. Okay, so the height of our text, the height of our white space, the height of our text, plus the height of this white space, plus the height of this text, plus the height of that new white space that we just created, plus the diameter of the bubble. That's going to be the height. So those 5 things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So the height of we didn't do the white space. This is just becoming kind of a mess here. It's not so much That was the nice thing about having this I had that one big function for generating the levels, for generating this, you know, like I just have one big function, and it you know, it had to do a lot of things to calculate a lot of things and positions for everything. And don't worry, everybody, this is not just this, like, you pop 3 bubbles, that's not the game. Like, it's not that boring. It's supposed to be more bubbles than that. I'm just doing 3 right now so I can quickly pop them and get to the stats screen right away. But it should be like 100 or something, 100 bubbles to pop. So, all right, we're gonna just barrel on here. I am going to calculate, or have just a new property. You know what? This dot height is just going to equal 0 initially, and then in init, you know what? I should have a function to set all of this stuff up. Yeah, I really should. Just like I have for the levels themselves, for the game itself. Like it's, oh, I don't have that open anymore. Whatever. It's okay for now. I'm not going to worry about it. What I am going to do is I'm just going to keep it in this init, in the init method. And that's not really what I want to do, but I'm just going to do it just so I can get it done here. So we can do, so we'll initialize this height property to 0, and we kind of don't even need the height. Oh, yeah, the width property isn't even really needed. The width property is just used to calculate other things. So it's really like, this shouldn't even be a property. It's more just like a variable that should exist in some function and then just go away, you know, just be scoped to that function, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore once we're done. And a bunch of that's going to need to change once I start to work on the resizing, the screen resizing of everything. Because then all this stuff's going to need to like update again real time to with the screen resizing. Anyway, let's go. My speaker's just turned off. I just turned them back on by pumping a little volume to them. All right. Yeah, we're just going to go. So, yeah, I'm not going to use this height thing anymore. I'm just going to do like a variable. There'll just be like a const height, right? But first, I'm going to have a const. What is the name of that again? Stat button white space ratio. So it's going to be we're going to do stat button white space is going to equal our config dot stat screen dot stat this one times our canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay. So we are calculating the white space in pixels here, which is good. And then the height, so then that way I think we've got all the info we need to calculate this height in pixels variable. So that is going to equal this dot stats 0, just gonna take the first stat dot. Oh, I got my stat object right here. Stat dot title text. Okay, dot title text dot what do we have? Dot font dot size. Yes, because title text is a drawable text entity. Font is a property of that. Size is property of that. Gotta love JavaScript. Doesn't know anything I'm doing. Basically, just have to type everything from my head, right? And there's things I could do to make it work, but if Retro MMO is in the chat, I don't know if he's still around, he would be saying TypeScript, man. You just got to be using TypeScript. So that is the height of our first text thing here. That's the height of this. Then we need the white space height, which I believe is actually getting calculated. That's actually getting calculated a bunch of times for each stat, so that's not good. So this can actually get moved up. So this would be text, or we'll call this button text, no, stat button white space, referring to the white space between stats and buttons. And then this one will be stat and I'm using the word height. Yeesh. Let's just, all right. I'm just going to, okay. Oh, and all of these are, this is getting calculated for every stat too. That should not be for each stat. Okay, so we are getting there. We got title size, value size. That's the title size here. Oh, we already have that. Title size, white space, value size. Okay, so I don't need to. Oh, right. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that for right now. So, boom, 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 boom. Okay, what else am I missing? Actually, I think that's it. So the height, const height is going to equal title size plus white space. And yeah, these variable names are nasty. So that's title size, that's the height, titles, whatever. White space is this, value size is that, and then our new button, bubble, blah, 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 button, white space, stat button, white space. Title size, white space, value size plus stat button, white space. So that's just all those added together. Oh, no, plus we also have to add the diameter of our bubble, button, not bubble. So I guess that will be, we'll just do the retry button. Yeah, because the retry button might be bigger than the quit button. So that will be the retry button. This dot retry button dot retry button dot I guess we could do that. Initial R times 2, the diameter. Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do right now, all of this nasty sizing and everything, that needs to just get set up in like a function. And preferably, it's going to need to be set up in a function that's going to rerun every time you update stuff. So like the sizing, or at least all the sizing stuff. Every time you change the screen size, right? Because we need to like recalculate and refigure where everything needs to be placed upon the screen. Okay, so I calculated those numbers, but I didn't do anything. So I don't know why I refreshed the browser and did that. That was dumb. Okay, so now we've got our height. Okay, and here we're doing this title Y, which actually all of this stuff should be out of this for each. Right? Stat height. Oh no, stat height is, yeah, all of this stuff needs to be outside of this for each. Right? Right. Nope. I is not defined. Okay, never mind. We do something with I, so that breaks everything. What are we doing with I? Oh, the X offset. Okay, but that's these three we don't need in this for each. They are applied to all. Okay, so we go here, pop some stuff. Okay, everything's fine there. So now only the stuff that matters in the for each is getting calculated. Yes. All right, but this Y position stuff. Oh, I already did this like stat height thing. Oh, that's kind of nice. All right, so let's do, yeah, we could actually do stat height up here. And then we could just do, that's title size plus value size plus white space. So we could just do stat height plus. Yeah, I just get some nice reuse of some variables there. There we go. Okay, so now we've got the whole, I'm just calling it height, but it's the whole stat screen thing, height, whatever. Not a very good name. So now instead of this, oh, actually, maybe we won't need that stat height anymore. Because now this title Y is going to be canvas height, half of the canvas height minus half of the height, not the stat height. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of stat height, actually. We don't need it. It applied before, but basically this height is replacing what was this stat. Oh. Is replacing what was this stat height before. So let's do that. Let's get rid of that. So now we've got a height, and now our title Y is supposed to be our height over to half of our height. So half of our canvas, half of our window height, minus half of that height. That's going to be our first Y position. Cool. And then we need to actually position our buttons too. So we initialize the stats here and set those new positions. And then let's look at this. We'll just make sure that the stats part. Yeah. So now the stats are up higher, which looks good. But now we just need to set these positions of these buttons in the correct place. So the button positions are going to be, I'm going to do two separate ones. This dot retry button. Oh, I need to do an X. Right now I'm just doing the Y. Drawable. I'm just changing the Y thing, the Y value. I need to figure out what I want to do for the X value. We're going to need more white space to separate between the two buttons, bubbles, whatever I'm trying to say here. Okay, so retry button dot drawable dot, which is a circle. This is a circle entity. Yeah, it says it right there. Button dot drawable is a circle. Who would have thunk? This dot retry button dot drawable. So a circle has a size property that has a radius, so just an R. This dot retry button dot drawable dot size dot R. No, that's not what I want. I want pose. We're saying the Y position here. So the pose.Y for the retry button is going to be height Oh, title Y. Actually, we use that. Title Y title Y, plus height plus, okay, so title Y plus height would be at the bottom of the button down here. So we need to do title Y puts us here. The title of the stats, that's what that title Y means, the Y position of the titles. Title Y puts us here, plus the height of the whole thing, which puts us here. And then subtract a radius of the bubble. Of the button, not the bubble. This plus this minus the radius. So we'll do this dot retry button dot drawable dot size dot r. And that's going to be minus there. And the reason why I'm doing these separately, because right now the retry button and the quit button are the exact same size. I might change the sizes later, so I'm doing this kind of in advance. I don't like to do things in advance too much, but when I do, I don't really have a punchline for that. Title Y, height, this needs to be quit button. Okay. Quit button .y. All right, so now, in theory, I did all that correctly. Oh, the text does it. The text is separate on the buttons. Yeah, that's something I got to think about. Oh, there it moved because it animated them to the correct positions. Wow, wait a minute. That's not right. Is it? I feel like this is too much white space here. Why did that come out wrong? Because I thought I did 2 times this white space. Maybe I did way more white space. Okay, so this is just that stat white space. Let me just look at that multiplier here. I might actually, the white space thing is probably not the problem. Yeah, that's right. Oh, no. 122 over 6. Yeah, this is what it was. The stat white space, 61. 61 times 2 would be 122, right? Come on. Okay. I think... Okay, so I think that white space variable is right. I'm just like adding something wrong here. Now, because the height to this looks good to me. Like the position of this height looks good. So I wonder why... Yeah, that's weird. Okay, title Y plus height. Don't tell me order of operations. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally is happening here. Don't tell me it was doing height minus this first. F Society. Hey, do you think MacBook Pro 2015 is still good for coding? I would say totally. Probably. I mean, any just writing code and stuff. I mean, probably any computer, you know, anything that is, you know, within the last, something that's 5 years old, it's usually not going to steer you too wrong. I mean, it depends on the specs, I guess, but if it's a MacBook Pro, I guess that means it's, I'm not an Apple user, but I mean, I know about for web dev and design. Yeah, I would say you're probably fine. I mean, if you're doing, I mean, I know web dev can, the amount of frameworks and libraries and blah, 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 gets ridiculous. And the amount of time it takes to build a website, you know, by build, I mean, you compile a website. Sometimes that just takes ridiculously long, way longer than it really should. if these frameworks and libraries were actually built nicely. So sometimes web development, like, you know, building your project or whatever can just be, you know, take forever to load or whatever. Like a React, you know, I'm thinking of like Create React app, that basic React app, you know, whatever web app that you can create with React, if you're familiar with that. F Society. I know that's just really slow, you know, like even on a wicked fast computer, that's just slow. Like, at least when I've used it a couple of years ago, it was slow. Maybe they've changed stuff. I don't know, but do you still have a MacBook Pro 2015, or are you looking at buying one? Yeah, and I would say for design too, I guess if you're looking to buy, gotcha. Yeah, and I can't talk about, you know, what's really good in the Apple space. I mean, I am a computer enthusiast. I am a computer enthusiast. But I mean, as far as like, yeah, performance for MacBook Pro, you know, is well, they don't even have they don't even have the iMac anymore or whatever, or they had MacBook Air. I don't know. Sorry, I really don't know too much in the Apple realm, but it really depends on the specs of the MacBook Pro too, because you could really trick out a MacBook Pro. And a buddy of mine uses one from 2011 still, well, at least from time to time, but I mean, his cost him $3,000 back in the day, so he had, you know, an i7, you know, one of the top end mobile i7s from 2011. So like the Sandy Bridge, the i7 2600 something CPU probably in that laptop. And, you know, so that's pretty fast, really fast quad core, relatively fast quad core, I should say, you know, CPU, but, yeah, I mean, I'd like to say web dev is not super CPU intensive, but I feel like frameworks and stuff are just built poorly. And when you're saving your projects and just trying to get real-time updating stuff on screen, like, it just takes forever to load. Like, once the app's actually running, your stuff's, you know, relatively fast. But it's like, just to build a project. Webpack, Babel, Webpack, you get all that stuff layered on top, and it's just like, you know, who knows what else with these frameworks and everything. And I'm not the best person to talk about with web dev stuff either, because, yeah, I don't know. I don't really work I've never really done like a legit web dev job. I forget what I changed before now to see if this updated. Did I change anything even? I don't even think I changed anything. Oh, I thought maybe I did order of operations, but plus happens before minus, right? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. I don't know. That was biting me the other day, and but I think that was 2 negatives. So I'm just paranoid now from that. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Addition always comes before subtraction, right? And it does so my title Y plus my height. Yeah, this would happen first, then. Oops. Let me just print all these variables really quick, just so I know I'm not going crazy. Title Y, height, this dot retry button dot drawable dot size dot R. Because it's like we're close, but I feel like, you know, we're not way off. Oh, if I can play the game. 280, 581, 136. So 280 is from here to here. 581 is from here to, I guess, here. In theory, to the bottom of the button. From top here to here. And 136 is, what did we say? That's the radius. So let's just do, this. Oh. Let's see what we get. Yeah, so those are far down. So it's 280 and 581. And I'm just paranoid. Yeah, that's got to be right. Oh, it's 581 to the center of the button. Okay, let's try that again here. So let's get rid of that. Okay, yeah, we got to fix the text. 280. I'm paranoid, so I'm gonna run. I'm gonna measure these in GIMP. Oops. Oh, it's not what I wanted. All right, so what are we looking at? 280.6. That'd be from the top of the screen here to like here. Yep. So that's about right. 280. Yeah, it's a little off because the text isn't exact, but 280. Say 281. 280. That's good enough. And then 581. So that's supposed to be from the top here down to down here or down. No, that was 864 tall. What about to the radius? Yeah, that's not right. Something. Oh, no. 581 is our 581 is from here. Here to here, I guess. Yeah, that's 581. All right. That's 581. It's got to be that white space variable. Because these numbers look good. So it's got to be our... Let's just also print... What is this? Title Y doesn't get updated at all, does it? Right? No, yes, it's not. It's just a value. Let's look at... This one. Stat button. Can't even copy and paste. What's going on? All right. Oh, this is confusing now. Okay. So let's see what we got here. 139.46. Yeah, that's... You know what? I'm just kind of... $139. Let's print white space. This should be double. Stat button white space should be double white space. $69.7, 139. Yeah, and 139 is GIMP. Let's make a box that's 139 pixels. $139, which is, by the way, not... What? Okay, what is... Tell me this, GIMP. What is this number? Oh, hang on. All right, what is... Oh, no, I need the whole width of the screen. Let's just shrink it a bit here. You know what? I'm starting to think my expectations for this are not correct. So let's get rid of that, paste this new one. So I want to measure this, which is supposed to be like that. Well, it was 280. Now I shrunk it down here. So what do we got? A 219 tall box here, 219, and look at that, 219 still. Well, yeah, obviously that didn't change, but the space between here and here is, in fact, correct. But I'm confused as to why this white space is so big. Because this white space, 139, I mean... The white space variable now is 107. So there's only supposed to be, according to what I think I'm doing, there's only supposed to be this much white space in between these two. What if we just, like, just for kicks, let's make this... Let's just make this the 061. Yeah, why? So now they're both 53. Which one is actually 53? Whoops. Let's build a box that is 53. None of it's 53. All right, I don't even know. And I don't actually even care that much either. Why that's all screwed up. My brain is kind of smoking. So I'm just even going to drop this further. Let's just try that. You know what? I felt like it was... Let's go back to that original one. Because maybe that is what we want. Because they are centered. It was just like more than I thought. Because like here's your stats, and then here's the whatever you want to do. Okay. All right, so next thing is we want to set up the X, or sorry, well, yes, the X positions of these buttons. So we want them, I guess, to be centered under our stats here. So let's... Yeah, let's see about getting those centered for right now. So we'll do... Yeah, let's see. How do we want to center these up? So I guess we'll do the radius of this. Well, first we need to calculate like the width of what all this is, right? So we need to have some sort of white space. Let's throw that in our config file right away. We're gonna have button. I'm just gonna call it button white space. Yes, I know that's terrible. Buttons white space ratio. And we'll do, I don't really have a preference right off the bat. They feel maybe a little too close right now to me. Let's just say I don't know what we want to say here. I'll just eyeball it. Right now they're at a radius of, actually I have no idea what the radius of the bubbles are. 105? Or is this the diameter? I think that's that getting printed there. What are we printing? Console log. Yes, size R. So it's at 105. So it's like, I don't know what that is. 30 pixels, 40 pixels maybe? 30. And what is our screen height? I don't have the screen height anymore. I'll just punch some random number in, and then we will go with that. So we'll do like 0.02. And we'll see what that gives us. Oops. All right, so that's the white space ratio between the buttons based upon the height of the screen. Everything currently I'm sizing off of the height. That's kind of nasty. But I'll be figuring out a better way to do all that. Okay, so I'll be figuring out a better way to do all of that once I do the resizing screen functionality. So okay. Retry, button, drawable, pose, Y. So we need now to do the X. Or we could do the X first, I guess. We might as well do that. So let's do this dot retry button dot drawable dot pose dot X. And we're going to need to first do const buttons width. I'm going to just say buttons width. So that's going to be the radius, the diameter of both buttons. So we're going to do retry button times 2 plus. So the diameter of that button, the white space. So we're going to do config dot stat dot. What? Where's all like the config stuff here? Stat screen. There we go. Stat screen dot. Button white space ratio. Okay. And then plus. This is just getting too big here. Then plus, we'll also do the quit button. Okay. Retry button drawable pose. X is going to be, we have the buttons width, and then we're going to do, I guess we'll do const half buttons width equals buttons width over 2. And then, oh yeah, I'm reusing like Didn't I do something about that canvas height? No, I didn't. I said I was going to do that later. Because I'm using like half the canvas height a bunch. Oh, here we're using half the canvas width. So we are going to do retry button, drawable pose X is going to be, we're centering it up on the screen. So we're doing half of our, screen width. That's our starting point. And then minus half of this, the button's width. So we're going to do half of the canvas height minus, oh, and this isn't exactly the half of the canvas height width minus half of the button's width, but then plus, let me just do that because I'm paranoid. But then plus the radius of our button here. Okay, so half here, that sets us up there. Then half of this width from here to here, you know, puts us out here. But then we need to add the radius back to that because we're dealing with the diameters of the buttons. So we need to add the radius back in. Oops. Okay. We're getting somewhere. So that is our X position of our one button here. So let's just make sure that works. Pop a couple buttons, or sorry, bubble. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Let's just do the quit button as well. Oh, okay. The white space ratio, I need to do that times. Yes. I need to do that times the canvas height. Phew, these long lines here. There we go. That still does not look right. All right, what do we have here? We've got our retry button position, which I don't think is correct. So our quit button dot drawable dot pose dot X is going to equal half of the canvas width. Once again, yes, I'm using this. I'm recalculating this a bunch of times, which will end up getting changed. But this is going to be plus Okay. Plus the half of the button space. And then that would be minus the radius of this button. All right, that worked, but that white space value is, yeah, we're centered here now. White space value is way too small, but that was one I just picked out of thin air. So we did 0.02, so let's do 0.08. See what that looks like. Let's go slightly bigger. Or slightly more space between. Just go 0.1. It's a full 10% of our canvas height, right? Yeah, that's looking pretty reasonable there. The text needs to get set as well, right? So we haven't been doing that very well. So let's fix the text. Now, why doesn't the text work? Oh. Right. Yeah, we really do. I really do need to wrap. The generation of this whole stat screen object just needs to get wrapped into like a function that just goes through and spits everything out. Because right now stuff's just getting kind of copied and pasted around in kind of nasty places, and yeah, that's just not very good. I need to do a quick stretch here. All right. All right. I think this is looking pretty good. I've been staring at it so much that I feel like it's making me go a little batty, but I think we're looking, yeah, and I'm actually not too opposed to like the lowercase Arial text. Like here, maybe I should change the stats to all lowercase. Total time, pops per second, and mistakes. Let's just see how that looks. Not bad. I kind of like it. And the stats are real. They're working. We did that yesterday, I think, right? We got the stats all properly calculating and everything. Yeah, I actually like the lowercase Arial. It kind of has a nice Nice feel to it. But we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. Yeah, these buttons are feeling pretty good, although they don't do anything except I have them calculate or incrementing these the number here, which is not what it's supposed to do. That's completely pointless. Incrementing or decrementing. There you go up, go down. So we need to actually hook these up to the actual gameplay stuff here. So we do retry. We go back into another marathon. Oop. If we quit, we go back to the main menu. All right. Text. That's what I was trying to do. I was just staring, deeply thinking about things here. So text. How do we... So the text gets calculated off of the positions of... We do that where? Here, font, text... no, button. So for the circular button, we're squaring it up with we just have totally bogus, which I also want to get rid of. We've got totally bogus positions that we put in here initially. Yeah, and this is another reason why I want to have like a file calculate all this stuff, because or have one function, sorry, that calculates all this stuff. Because then what I do is I calculate those numbers that I'm doing here, and I'm doing in the init function method, and then like those are modifying these new button objects that have already been created. But I'd like to like calculate them first, then do the new button, the new button object and everything, and all that stuff could just kind of get calculated later, or not later, but get calculated, and then everything gets instantiated nicely, and it just all happens in a nice order. Here, stuff's just kind of piecemeal. Some stuff's going on in this constructor here, and this init function now just has a bunch of just math calculations and everything. It's like I don't really want to have that all in the inside of this start screen object, because there's not going to be a ton of logic in here. I mean, it's not that big a deal because there's just not a ton of logic in here. It made sense like for the marathon, for example, because that's the actual gameplay object itself. That has quite a bit of logic because that's keeping track of the game state and everything. That's keeping track of a lot of stuff. And if you had it has so many components that all have to have their stuff calculated out, positions and everything. And if you just did all that within the component, within the class itself, it would have just been a nightmare. So this is way less calculation and math and lining stuff up than the other one, but nonetheless, it still ends up kind of just being all clunky and nasty. So we're still doing text, right? I haven't fixed anything. Yeah, now our text is initializing at 0, 0, I think. You know what? I kind of want those to scale up more. I know we changed it. We were doing like, let's do 1.1. Oh, that's not good enough. It needs to be here. Yeah, that's something I need to move into config, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that, well, yes, it'll move into the config, but I wasn't sure exactly which section to put that on now. Yeah, now those expand a little, they get a little bigger, which looks just a little better, I think. And yeah, the font and everything looks bad, but we'll be changing that. All right. So let's do let's look at this. Where are we setting? Oh, the on tick. That's where the fancy stuff happens here. Yeah, so we need to do this. And then let's params. Let's change this to, I'll create like a new, we'll call this text pose. And this is something that, yes, will get changed too. So we've got text, this.text.pose coming in through the params in our constructor, params.textPose. We will do this.text.measureText. Oh, wait a minute. No, that can't be. This is fine for right now. It'll get changed. The initial thing is fine, but we need to actually set it in this. Oh, actually, I guess we're setting it directly in the stat screen. Okay, so we've got this init, blah, blah, blah. We do a bunch of stuff. We're setting the positions of the buttons. So we need to do this for the text on the buttons. So this will be this dot retry button dot Krevag I'll just say Krevag. Howdy, how's it going? I've watched your Duranosaur Twitch channel. Well, thanks for watching, Krevag. Appreciate it. I love your JavaScript game dev from scratch. Feel free to hang out in the chat. I'm going to do overlay panels offline screen for your stream. Feel free to follow the URL in my Twitch account banner. PS, science and technology is great. Thanks, Krivag. That's kind of... seemed kind of automated or something. Well, thanks. Yeah, science and technology is great. I don't know, that seems a little automatic. A little bot-like, whatever's going on there. But yeah, I guess I'm going to do your overlay panels offline screen for your stream. Oh, you're asking I'm going to do your overlay panels? Oh, so you're asking me to sign up, I guess, for, I guess you're... Yeah, I don't know. Well, thanks but no thanks. I'll thanks but no thanks on the overlay panels and stuff. Okay, so we've got retry button. Dot text. Is it text? Yes. Property, that's a capital T. I can see it's supposed to be the text object. So retry button dot text dot text. No. That's not what we're doing. Text dot pose dot x. That's what we want. And that's going to equal. So we're setting the position of our x pose. We're setting the position of our, can't even talk anymore, can't think. Okay, so we've got, this should be the correct property I'm looking for. There's so many like objects and blah 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 stuff we're going with here. It's params dot pose. No, params is going away. This is going away. So this needs to be the circle's position, the drawable pose. We're doing retry button, so this will be this dot blah 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 retry button dot drawable dot pose dot x minus, and then this is going to be this dot retry button dot text. Right? Isn't that what it's called? Text dot text? Yes. Oh, no. Text dot, we're doing text dot measure text. Okay. This is our text object, our drawable text object. And we call measure text on that. And same thing, or what does the Y position do? Okay. Half of the font size. Oh, the position minus half the font size. Yes. Okay. Whew. I'm gonna have to shut the stream down in a little bit after this. I am my head is getting all swimmy here. Okay, so that would be the Y position of this button, or of the circle, minus indubitably, no problemo. You've been grinding on this for a while. Yeah, I have been going for a while. And I've just been doing a lot of the same A lot of the same things, just positioning things on the screen, and you can only do so much of that because it just requires you to like think about every little step. Okay, so yeah, once we get this and it looks good. Oh yeah, I left that copied pasted thing right there. Once we get this and it looks good, yeah, I think I'll be shutting things down. So then it will be this guy here. We do that, but this will be this .retry button .text .font .size over 2. Okay. That looks good. We need to duplicate this for, well, let's make sure that, let's just see if this worked for the retry button. Yes, there we go. All right, so now we just need to do basically the same thing for the quit button. Oh, let's do multi-cursor. Quit. 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 And what else do we need to do? I think that's it. Let's see what we got. Nice. Retry, quit. All right. That's looking pretty good, relatively. We don't have functionality going for those yet, but it's actually, yeah, actually, let's do it. Let's do it. Well, the quit won't do anything, but retry, we can, quit technically won't do anything yet. I'd have to do some more work to get the quit button working, technically. But we will try the retry. Actually, I could get a basic, I could fake the quit button here. Let's do that, and then I'll go. All right, so marathon started. Do I have to do? If I do marathon started, then it cleans up stat screen and actually starts a marathon. Marathon started gets fired by the main menu, right? We fire marathon started on the play button. Oh no, marathon started right here. So we'll do this, and this isn't gonna fix our current main menu thing, but we can at least, so stats screen. We need to do, where am I doing the on click? Oh, right here. So the on click for the retry is going to be this now. Event emitter .marathon started. And I don't know what, yeah, the quit button, whatever. All right, so we play. We got it. We hit our stats. We hit retry. We'll see if it works. Nope. Event emitter is not defined. Yeah, it would help if I'd import it first, I guess. Import event emitter from event emitter.js. And there we go. Nice. We hit retry, and it works. Cool. One thing I will need to add, actually, is like a little bit of a timer. A little bit of like a countdown to start, like just a really quick, like 3, 2, 1, just to kind of give you like, let you get your mouse cursor ready. Like maybe it'll show. Yeah, actually, it'd be cool if like maybe you see the circle right away, the play area circle, but the bubbles don't appear yet, and it's like 3, 2, 1, and then it starts, and then the bubbles appear. Cool. All right, I want to play just a little bit before I close everything down here. Bubble count. Oh, that's old. Bubble count 50. Oh, and let's do a checkpoint interval of 4 here. Let's go big time here. If the bubble colors were right. No. I messed up. I think that's the only mistake I've made so far. Oh, there's one more bubble. The very last bubble was like white. All right, got to fix the colors. 50 bubbles popped, 3 mistakes, 26 seconds. 1.867 bubble pops per second. Oh. Indubitably, not a bad game. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. A hand-eye coordination game. Yeah, it's very like kind of twitchy, flicky kind of yeah, you're kind of keeping track of 2 different things going on. You're trying to look over here, which bubbles you need to pop and everything. So yeah, everything I've been working on today was just, you know, on the statistics screen at the end there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, messed up. Doing another 50 here. Done. 50 popped. Whoa, way worse pops per second there. 36 seconds. All right. It's cool. The stats work now, actually. All right. Well, I think... Oh, hang on a sec here. All right. Yeah, I'm happy with what we got done today. We kind of had the stats looking like this at the end of yesterday's stream. Is it Tuesday today? Yeah, I did my... This is my... Yeah, so I won't be back. I definitely probably won't be back on a stream till next Monday. It is Tuesday. Thanks. Yeah, I got a little bit of a busy weekend. I usually try to stream Monday. Well, I do my Mondays and Tuesdays streams, and I usually try to get something on the weekend, maybe a Friday or Saturday stream as well, just kind of a shorter one. But otherwise, yeah, I'm grinding hard Mondays and Tuesdays usually. But yeah, this weekend got some stuff going on, so I probably won't be doing a weekend stream, but you never know. But yeah, guess I'm signing off for now. We'll see you guys in the next one. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching, hanging out, for the follows. Appreciate it. And hopefully I'll have a game before too long, and people will be able to play it. Indubitably, glad I stumbled along your stream, dude. Take care. Thanks. I'll be back. That's good to hear. I appreciate it. Appreciate you enjoying it and hanging out. Definitely thank you for that. Yeah, so with that, see you guys in the next one. Monday, October 5th, 10 a.m. Central Time. Adios for now.